Good evening. What is good, guys? Hello, Chinchilla. Hello, Valerina. Good evening. How are you doing? Where's everyone? Yeah, good question. Good question. What shall we start with? Ooh, I have 3 Ouroboros crates. Are we gonna gamble? Boom. We gamble. Yo, Goram. How you doing? Good evening. Hey, Vampirotic. How you doing?
Perseverance is a virtue, my friend. Bright bones, a bonus reward.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bruh.
You will need to purchase a
Nice!
to continue,
I got a crown soul gem. Crazy. Crazy. Thank you.
May luck follow you.
Hey, come to Epic. There's some serious state of PvP discussion. What you mean come to Epic? I don't... Yeah, I don't know. Behind something Juris, it's my cat. He's using my keyboard as a heater right now. I mean, if Epic wants me to talk about that, I'll happily join. I don't know if he wants me there. I don't know even where to join, what to do. Mr. Dimitri? Suddenly type out Dwemer names? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Valerina. Agelith, good luck on the giveaway. If it's readable, that's the ring. If we understand what the cat is saying, that's when we need to worry.
Finally done? Good. Plenty more to do.
And guys, join the YouTube stream. Type in drops on the YouTube stream as well. for an extra 100,000 gold giveaway. Make sure to leave a lurk there. Like the stream, subscribe to the YouTube if you haven't already. Let's go, guys. I think I want to do the pledges at some point today as well. Not sure when. Like an out of this world level of drunk. You understand animals. Oh my god. Damn it, Steve! Hello, 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 good evening. Goram! Good luck on the YouTube giveaway. Let's go, guys. Dr. Doolittle's so unproductive because he was drunk. But yeah, I still don't know what you exactly mean, Dimitri. Like, I don't think it's just my place to watch in there. If they want me to be a part of it, they can always ask me. Yo, Deadpool! Good luck on the giveaway, Steve. Good luck on the giveaway on YouTube. Thank you guys for joining the YouTube already. Let's fucking go. Leave a lurk, like the stream. Yo, Boopa! How you doing, Boopa? Oh my god. What is this blue Zerk? I've touched ESO in a bit. How's the update been? Not much happened. Not much happened, to be fair. We're currently in the Undaunted event. And it has like a very nice golden pursuit for a PvPer like me. Because I never have pledge keys. So I want to get these, and if I finish them, I'll have a lot of pledge keys, which will help me in the future. Yeah, I know, Aaron, but what am I supposed to do with that? I don't understand it. See, that's more informative. I'd surely join Epic in a discussion about PvP. But that means I'm not gonna PvP. We'll see. Alright, I've joined that Discord. What's good? Hello, hello, hello. I heard so. Hang on. Let me set up my audio real quick. So that people can hear y'all. So I was summoned here.
Having this problem so much whenever I close my game.
I see.
Where ESO's launcher just... What is it doing now?
My launcher has been bugged for the last couple of months where it doesn't show the full launcher. So I have like a little tiny corner of my launcher with the play button.
It's just launching ESO now. I don't know which version of ESO is launching. Probably the PTS based on the fact it's in, yeah, 1920 by 1080. Okay, so it did launch the PTS. It's so weird. Oh, it's so bad right now, the PTS. So, if anyone wants to start a stopwatch, I can guarantee you I can crash this game within 3 minutes. If you guys really want me to show you this, I can. Just show you how bad
What up,
the state of it
Moem?
is.
What up, Gumbro? What up, Astral?
I've been doing this. I've been running some tests, and some random times I'll go to 5 minutes. You know, it'll be 5
I
minutes.
got dragged into a PvP conversation.
Hello,
with
is
Epic.
ESO a good game?
It was.
It was. Yeah, it was.
It was. It was like the best game around, but now it's in a pretty rough shape.
Yeah, and we're looking at doing other stuff. Okay, let me go. Actually, I just need to change my weapon. Okay, so from the time we start hitting the dummy to the time we crash, I can promise you we're going to crash.
What up,
Shouldn't be
that
that hard.
fool?
Just go parsing the dummy. You can also see how bad these animations look already. Sure, you have like the quicker drawing of the weapons, which is okay. It's nice, but the idle animations
actually
are
wanna see
twisted
that.
like 45 degrees to the side. It just
Let me
looks
pull up your
weird. And then you
screen.
also have this. Which, arguably, they're better since last time, but they're still noticeably janky and bad, and I hate it. Like, you could see how, like, he looked... If I was a robot polymorph, this would make more sense.
It does look weird.
ESO's a good game, lol. Okay, let's just parse on the dummy and crash it.
Whose voices do we hear? We hear Epic and Grimsforge Gaming.
You'll
is in
notice
here
I'll
as
miss
well.
a few of these light attacks here and there as well. They just won't come out.
It does look weird.
Are you watching my stream?
Yeah.
Look at this horrible animation for the heavy attack on the two-handed. Can you see it? You can practically see the frames on it.
Oh my
Versus
god.
this live server counterpart. And then these light attacks are bad too. Look at this.
I'm surprised they
He
decided to
doesn't
continue
follow through anymore, and it
What
looks
the
like he doesn't know
hell?
how to use a weapon.
That
And then
looks
it's so bad with the
weird.
resto staff too. Check this out. You ready?
Don't crash.
Wow.
Why is he standing like this? He's not even looking at the camera anymore. He's off to the side, just gazing.
It's like they built in animation canceling.
Wait, why is he twisted like this?
How does it feel? Like the button responds towards...
It feels incomplete.
As in you press a button and the action feels incomplete? Or...
It feels like when I go to weave a skill, I miss the skill entirely, basically.
Wow.
It feels janky. It feels just like how the animations look. Like, it's almost there, but not quite. I said it earlier. It feels like a pre-alpha placeholder for an animation. Like a combat system is realized, but it's not implemented properly yet.
That is so weird.
And you can see it too. If I do this, my character like YYs his weapon. For some reason. It's just bad, and it looks bad, and if I keep pressing the combat system, we're gonna crash. I'm trying to show you the animation.
You know, I remember when they were like last time we looked at this, they were talking about this. I'm surprised they haven't made any like improvements to how bad.
Why is
the
my character
animations
looking down at the ground? Where's the enemy at? No, look in front of you, you bot. Look at him.
And
he's also he's so stiff too. Look at these light attack animations.
What the fuck? That looks so weird.
It looks so bad too. At least the dual wield heavies look a little bit better than they used to, but not by much. You can still see the stutter there on that follow, like that follow through right there.
The follow through looks so fucking weird.
It doesn't look right and it doesn't work right.
Can you hit it on something, the heavy attack?
Yeah. You can see it's even more jittery there, daggum.
Oh my god. It is such a weird follow through. What happens if you press a skill afterwards?
You mean with the heavy attack?
Yeah.
On the Vengeance campaign, it just completely canceled it. Like it took 2 seconds for the ability to cast.
I mean, I appreciate that they're trying to fix the lag and make the game playable, but I'm not convinced that changing the animations or
Yeah, it's a
breaking
big
them
problem
is
at
the
all.
thing that is going to
That's
be
what
the
I was
thing.
focusing my video around because it's so bad. You can even see it with Race Against Time. Look how jittery this is.
That was the
Good luck,
that was the
Wemro.
thing that was
Zedark,
going
thank you so
wrong
much for the
all
follow.
along.
Welcome to the
boys
fellowship.
and girls.
Welcome,
it was the
welcome, welcome.
animations.
The
And hello,
animations,
Devil.
the same exact animations we've had since the game launched. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I see. I tried to use a crescent and weave with that wrecking blow there. It didn't go off. It just froze.
It
And the
does
worst
look
part is,
wonky.
if I go and I become a polymorph, I get every ability to cast things regularly again. Like I get the normal combat animations again.
You think that's a PTS thing, or you think they just
This is
fucked
the same
it?
problem as last time. It's just the new animation changes. And now I can weave properly again like I'm on the live server.
Did you report that last time?
I'm going to make a video on it.
Yeah.
If I report, I did report it last time too. Just nothing ever happens when
Oh,
I
okay.
report anything in this daggum game. You know this. They're just
So
ignored.
polymorph
Just
is
thrown
meta.
to the side.
Right.
Okay, now I'm going to try and crash the game. Let me take this polymorph off. Might take a bit, but it'll happen. It's like queuing up server memory in the background to a point of crashing.
That's weird.
Which is my assumption from what I've tested so far. So polymorph is meta, indeed. I think Kamul just read my chat for me.
You know, when you science, generally, like you don't want to change too many variables, because then it
Exactly.
becomes unclear exactly what is improving or not improving,
Mhm.
and
Like-
this again seems like not the thing that is concerning, but has in fact created a new concern, like in and of
Mhm.
itself.
Mm-hmm. And there'll be a ripple effect from it, right?
100%. Yeah, this is going to cause combat. I mean, it's also not going to be clear like what it like if there is a bug, if it's because of the weird movements and not completing, or if it's from some other aspect of coding at this point. Like, is it clearly it looks really weird. I'm sure it feels super awkward to use
does.
it looks like trash. Like, I mean, just
It
straight
feels
up.
like I may have 100 FPS, but it feels like I'm playing in 30.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so it's just like Cyrodiil is currently.
Yeah, but now, it's going to be exponential. So, if I'm playing like I have 30 FPS when I'm at 100, I'll have when I'm lagging.
Yeah. Hey, Epic, before I go, take that same character, look at your stats, see what your recoveries are, everything, because you're going to lose out on the gear sets, right? Switch over to the Vengeance campaign and look and see what your stuff looks like.
It's a bit better from what I've seen, but the perks don't apply at all.
They don't apply?
No, you can try and apply the perks for Vengeance, they just don't work for builds. So we had about 2.1k mag recovery and then about 3k stam recovery. And I have 2.2k mag recovery and then 1.5k stam recovery. Also, I hate this idle. You can see he's just doing it in slow motion, basically. Oh yeah, and then if we try and apply perks with some of the pre-configured loadouts, it's not going to work. I've already determined that Scout is probably the best for what you want to do. So, I want.
But why doesn't it work?
I don't know. I don't make the game. Okay, then increase sprint speed by 20 and give me more stam recovery. All right, so there, I have applied my perks. We can go back. We can see my perks are here. Bolster critical, bolster running, athletic reserve. But if we look here at the perks and my scout loadout, hasn't changed.
What the fuck?
Now I'll put a different skill on. This is for two-handed Olton with uppercut. But you can see if we go back here, now I think my kit does change, but my perks still haven't. Like my skills for my scout loadout have changed, but my perks haven't. So I can't test the perks if I wanted to. On top of that.
And if for nothing else, what's the PTS for? You know, they're like, please go to the PTS and test this stuff out. Okay, well, can you make it work? That'd be great.
All right, so if we go out in combat, okay, I can't change my perks while I'm here because you can't change if you're away from your alliance base. But you can see they went back to what they weren't. Like this is not what I selected.
Fuck?
So yeah, you can't really test anything in Vengeance yet, which is great because I think they're
Nice.
gonna take the Vengeance campaign away next week. Oh, there's a person here. I can't even see his name. Oh, it's Grim. Oh, hi, Grim. Grim?
It's Kratos, you mean?
Wow.
Wait,
Yes, it is
did I just
Kratos.
see Kratos with warden wings? I'm disappointed, Grim.
I don't have a choice out here.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, he can't subclass to make his DK Kratos.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he
Hey,
hasn't crashed
on
yet.
current server, though, I got him set up really nice. He's got a drop near spear. He's got the Blades of Chaos, and he has the axe. Why can't I think of the name of it? But I have use of those 3 weapons. So for the
that's pretty
Kratos
cool.
arsenal, it's very thematic. And that's one of the reasons I love this game is like you can do stuff like that, you know.
You're preaching to the choir here.
Oh.
Every patchless dev team blows me away with how sloppy everything is done. This feels half complete. The biggest thing is I'm surprised we haven't crashed
what up,
yet,
Dino?
which is a surprise.
What up,
Of course, when I try and showcase it, it doesn't work, but it's okay. I have like 8 or 9 clips of me
You
testing
promised
this
me a
and
crash
crashing.
in 3 minutes. I'm unsubbing.
Yeah, and I have footage of it happening in 3 minutes, so I'm not worried if it doesn't show up on
anymore,
stream.
Epic.
Losing them left and right.
I expected
guys,
more
join
from
the
you.
giveaway. Follow the channel, type in drops. Join the giveaway on YouTube as well.
Yeah, just give it some time.
That's all the time I had today. If you need me for anything, Epic, let me know.
This was a good discussion.
Yeah. Hey, somebody asked, I think it was Hometown asked, would we keep playing this game if it were just PvE? And
no. Well, I mean, maybe I'd hop on here and there just to goof off. But I wouldn't play it like I do now. I would not probably log on to check out new story content or anything.
Exactly. Yeah, the character development's really cool. The ability to do stuff, but PvP is one of those things that keeps driving you back, like the combat system, your skill against other people's skill. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I mean, the PvE can only ever be so hard because it's always going to be a computer-driven thing. But when you're playing against other players, that's where it's really interesting.
Yeah,
I think both are interesting in their own right, but I think one without the other is just an half empty.
No, yeah,
MMO.
they work better together. I agree. And that's one of the things that makes the ability to cross over. It makes ESO very unique.
Yeah,
in that
right.
way.
Like you can cooperate and you can fight against each other.
There it is.
That's the whole MMORPG experience.
Right. Exactly.
There we go.
Crashes.
Took a little longer because I was messing around in the menus and showing you the animations. But when you're engaged in active combat, like from the time I entered my house and fought for 3 minutes on the dummy, it crashed. It's very reliable to do.
12K hot over here. Did you check your?
Oh, that's just Vengeance tooltips. They're normally high because you have what
70K health.
Yeah, your dizzy swings or wrecking blows, even snipes can hit for 15, 16K. So
okay,
they hit hard enough to kill stuff. Okay,
well,
now I have to
that and your resistances are on the low. Fully buffed them at 22K. I would have to spec into more resistances in the perks just to get it to 25K probably. So.
Yeah, that is what they're saying, Grimbo.
So it's like you're a big juicy meat bag, just
but it's
70K health but no resistances, and you have the hots, I guess, to try and keep up.
You just beat the game. That's right. I did. That's what.
I
That's
mean,
what happened.
having a heal over time at this point is better than it was. We didn't used to have any of that, which made
Right.
things kind of. I mean, I usually play a Templar, so not having hots is like a whole new play style.
Right.
Wow. And then here I am with Dark Deal and Vigor. Okay.
All right,
Make dreams happen.
I'm out. You guys be safe. Okay.
Thank you
Thanks
for being here, Grib.
Yeah. High five. You guys be safe.
Yes,
Alright.
Later, man.
Bye.
So, Kabul, what do you think about Vengeance becoming a full-time campaign versus something like Grey Host?
It doesn't make any sense. It breaks the whole purpose of being an MMORPG.
Well, we talked about it
all
in
the time.
its lore-wise stuff as well. If you'd be curious to hear those thoughts,
You mean?
but I just
what you mean?
how it would
lore-wise?
fit in and what they're probably going to
Oh.
do because it's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
The writing's on the wall here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be a permanent thing. Like they kind of set that in stone now, adding like perks and all these kind of things. Because if it would be a realistic test, then they would now slowly add things that we have on the live server, but they're adding nothing that we have on the light server. They're adding like new things and new calculations, which clearly is not testing.
No
where the
morphs.
pain points.
This would be the one where they either brought back morphs or passives, but no, we're
Yes.
getting perks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're not trying to find the stress point on the server anymore. We're making an entirely new campaign.
I think that has been an absolute lie. Well, at least now. Maybe it was their original plan. We obviously don't know because their communication is a bit dishonest and disingenuous. But from all the information we have right now, I don't see any form of they're not trying to push a absolute change into serial PvP. Maybe it's going to be optional, so having both that could still be a thing. But I'll talk about it all the time in my community on my stream. Like, I'm an MMO fan first and foremost before I'm an Elder Scrolls fan, so I always look through the glasses of an MMORPG enjoyer, and I think if you kill the whole purpose of leveling your character, gaining skill, learning all the skill lines, finding items in your adventures that work towards your power fantasy of becoming a more powerful character, and you just have a PvP mode where you load in and you do some pre-loadouts where that whole journey, like everything you've done in the game, doesn't even matter anymore. It kills the purpose of playing an MMORPG. Because if I want to do that, I'm not going to play an MMORPG. I will just play an actual PvP game.
Like Overwatch or
yeah, exactly. There in Overwatch, the sentiments of having like...
Well, I mean, let's be honest. If Overwatch had ESO's combat system, I'd probably be playing Overwatch.
I knew it wasn't just a test. Yeah, that is super easily saying now, right? Obviously, the tinfoil hat argument was already there, that it never was a test to begin with, but no one realistically knew. So saying that you already knew is it's an empty statement.
Kamul, I think that's very insightful of you. Not just that it's not a test, but I think you're right, and I think about breaking the immersion, or whatever aspect of it.
Yeah,
it really drives the gameplay and the reward system, which they've already diminished significantly through the Crown Store. And now, I mean, I think the way that they've done subclassing without any fixes is going to cause additional issues, particularly in that aspect, because without classes, you lose a sense of identity for your character. And so it becomes incumbent on the player then to come up with that identity. But without, having skill lines that are compatible or lend themselves to that sort of immersion, and then adding the lack of the PvP, element where you're just loading in. Now, I personally like the aspect where you can just load in and play, but having that be the only way to access it, I think is really detrimental to the
like
game
Guild
overall.
Wars 2 has something similar with its
and it's the exact
battleground system.
I don't like it.
It's okay. It's fun if you pick it up and you play it for like 2 weeks, but long term, it's like you can kind of sort through all the builds pretty quickly.
Yeah.
and it's more or less becomes the same thing.
Yeah, people are saying you can now make builds in Overwatch and stuff. I understand. I understand making builds and whatnot and stat specification. That is in a lot of PvP games, and Vengeance will probably have a form of that well. But it's not the journey of your character. Like if you play an MMORPG, you make your first decision that you make is I make this character, this class. Then throughout your journey, you're gonna make all kinds of decisions. What type of specialization you want to play, whatnot. You're gonna choose which items you're gonna farm, and from that whole scope of possibilities, you create your power fantasy to compete with everyone else doing the same. That is what, in my opinion, is the coolest thing about MMORPG PvP. That's not in a PvP game, so to say. So I understand that in other PvP games you might have like options and choices and build creation as well, but it never compares to the journey of an MMORPG. That's why the argument that some people say of like, oh, but now Vengeance, it's finally fair and equal and people getting carried about sets anymore. I get that sentiment. I'm obviously not a fan of sets doing too much work for the player, but on the other hand, I'm gonna be perfectly fucking honest. I want to live in a power fantasy. I want to live in a world where my decisions, my journey, the effort that I put in the game will be represented on the battlefield versus the people that I'm fighting with. I don't want it to be fair and equal. That's not an MMO's RPG.
Well, I also don't want to fight
place
Animal
to be.
Companions Assassination and Stormcalling every day I log on.
That is fair. That is fair, but that's a different discussion.
Well, I mean, yeah. So the obvious solution to that is just buff the other skill lines, and I think, and I mentioned this before, but I think one of the things that they need to do is, since they've broken all of the classes essentially into functionally skill lines, they need to rework all of the skill lines in the same kind of way that they have worked out like the different weapon skill lines and the world skill lines and things, so that they become kind of more comprehensive in and of themselves, so that you can then apply them to a character almost as if you're picking perks or something like that. Anyway, that's just
I
my thoughts on that.
disagree on that opinion. I like going straight into PvP like Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's fair.
Well,
that's your opinion.
there's no-
I think it kills the MMORPG purpose. We're playing an MMORPG, a role-playing game, going straight into PvP with completable things kills the purpose of an RPG. You're just at that point playing a PvP mode that has nothing to do with the RPG anymore. It has nothing to do with an RPG
I also
anymore.
understand the sentiment. Like, ESO is unique enough where you can also branch out and go do those other things. And sometimes you log on, you come play PvP, right? But you also don't want to spend time setting up a build, going and farming the gear and whatnot, and then being able to play that and whatever.
Right.
Like, people always come in my build videos and ask me for alternatives because they can't get the gear that they want.
Yeah.
And then in like an ideal scenario, I could just go get the mythic item and have it. I think like it's good to have that balance, but at the same time, you're right. The role play aspect and ability to build your own journey and path is what makes an MMO and an RPG the thing that it is, and what's the appeal of it. Like, I love being able to run around as this goofy looking cat and be able to do whatever I want, right? Like, I get to be me technically in ESO and do all that stuff, but sometimes I get home either from coming home from school or when I was working, when I wasn't in school, I'd just be like, I just want to just get on. I don't want to farm. I just want to play.
Right.
And having that option and still wanting to play ESO is like,
and so those
you can't
things
have both.
Well, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, though, because remember, we had tests in the past where we had like no proc Cyrodiil and things like that, and that sort of was a kind of a happier medium where you still had some choices, but there wasn't as much of a issue with some of the ridiculous power creep and lag constraints that were happening.
No CP,
honestly,
no proc was a perfect solution, but it wasn't popular enough. So.
Well, also though, having like single digit FPS is not very popular. So I mean,
Yeah,
which is
fair
why
enough.
which is why they're running these vengeance tests, because they, and I think Epic brought up a good point previously, when we were having these discussions, which is that I said it feels like they're reinventing the wheel, and he said that I think that's exactly what they're doing because I don't think any of the devs who currently exist know how any of the coding actually works. So they're basically creating an environment, where they are able to, stress test different things, but and that may be true. I think that is partially true, but I think what you're saying is also partially true. Is also true, as well, which is
Mm-hmm.
that they are creating a simulated environment. But I think you're right to say that they're creating a simulated environment with the intention of creating an entirely new game mode, which
Yeah.
I don't really know how I feel about actually.
Yeah, I genuinely
Not
think
great.
it kills the purpose of what we have been doing for 11 years.
No, I 100% agree with you. I think without, when you think about the game as a brand, right?
Yeah.
What is it that ESO is bringing? And I've been an RPG player for most of my life,
Yeah.
so starting back in like 1999 with EverQuest. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
got a pretty big background in that. When you take away class identification and you start to, I aged myself a little bit there, but
Mm-hmm.
but when you take away those elements of the game in the reward system that drives you in that game, you start having to ask questions like, why am I doing this? Why am I
Yeah.
playing this game? Because if you just want a power fantasy, for instance, like
Mm-hmm.
go play Space Marine, like go play Space Marine 2. Like it is like, in my opinion, the peak of that. At least currently, I mean, it's not right the same sort of
Mm-hmm.
genre, but in terms of the aesthetics of it, but it is essentially just that. I mean, it is a power fantasy,
Yeah.
and there's build capabilities, and it's fun. It's fun to play, and it works, and it's PVE, and it does, the PvP kind of died on it a little bit, but
Yeah.
it did have that, and so. But if you're talking about ESO, like, I think you're 100% right. And that's kind of what I saw, like when they did subclassing. I came back, I had been taking a break from it, and I came back and I was shocked. They were like, yeah, guess what they did?
Yeah.
I was like, why would you do this?
I think subclassing on itself is also like a very strange decision in year 11.
Last
And
Yeah.
minute.
it's not
I'm still
even
gonna say it was a last minute ish decision.
oh yeah,
Like
100%.
our rainy day solution too. We don't have any content right now
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
because
100%
I saw
agree.
a point that Ness brought up in Jake's Discord when we were talking about like class rep and stuff, and it was that
I think I saw that as
they
yeah.
must have had the subclassing system for a while because notice how in one of those clips you had the Bone Colossus guy with the old jabs animation. Like either they were gonna bring the old jabs animation back with subclassing, or more likely they've had the system in the works for a while, like a rainy day bank sort of system,
Yeah.
because we don't have anything to release at the moment, which I thought was a good point.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. I think so as well. Like I think I talked about it as well. I think ESO is suffering from being a long-lasting MMO where they feel the urge to bring something big every year, and if the creativity isn't there, if the the the, the amount of devs being able to come up with cool stuff isn't there, they're gonna have to show something. And I think a lot of the things that we have seen happening in ESO is literally that. So yeah, I think you're quite spot on that. I think it is like some sort of a last minute solution, and some things these devs are like saying is also really worrying me. Like for example,
Yep.
the swimming mounts. I heard them say in an interview or something that it costed them a dedicated team of devs 9 months to
Yeah.
implement. If
Yeah.
that's the case, I'm like, sorry, but
Really?
skip fucking
Yeah.
swimming mounts, please. use
This is what
those
Grim was
people
saying
for
earlier.
fixing
I
the
think
game.
the new people that they've hired to write the code don't actually really know how to do much of the stuff that they're hired to do.
Well, so the
Maybe,
reason it
yeah.
took them, they said no. Kamul's right, and the reason that they actually gave a reason for why that
Oh,
was,
wow,
and it
they
was
gave a
because
reason?
it was because there was so many different kinds of mounts that they had to go back and modify each one.
And I'm like,
That makes sense.
and
it's
fair enough for your efforts, but aren't there like a million other things that need priority where you
Yeah,
could
like
put a
why
dedicated
is this
dev
what you
team
spent the
on?
last 8 months on? Yeah.
Yeah, like your AC is out in your car, like you need new tires, like your
Yeah.
brakes are busted, but they're like, we should repaint it. Like it's like, no, the clear
Yeah.
coat's fine. Like, is this really important right now? Like, no, we're gonna repaint it. Like, don't worry.
Those type of decisions, and I don't. You probably all seen the Skinny Chicks video as well,
Yeah,
where
I
he's
saw it.
asking questions about hybridization and whatnot, and the answers they are giving are just so out of touch with
Well,
what's
Brian's answers were
happening.
very out of touch. Nick
I
was
have
fine, and
to
the other
restate.
person was fine.
I have to restate. It was Brian in this game. I don't.
It was basically
Yeah.
Brian. I don't know what his responses were or why they were the. It was like shifting focus away from what he was actually talking about something else, and can't actually tell you what it is because it's too important to discuss. Like I'm under a non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah.
Like maybe it is, but why? I hate corporate
Yeah.
speak.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no,
they're-
100%.
Well,
100%. That's why I kind of like that new fella. What's his name? Nick. He kind of seems to not talk that way.
Well, I miss Matt because Matt worked on like Dark Age of Camelot, and he
Yeah.
was the one with the original vision for like the PvP as it is
Yeah.
with his ideas. Like he was the founder, so to speak, of everything. And
Yeah.
sure, management like underneath him and whatnot, you can't really get stuff done, and maybe his priorities changed. But I think the big reason he didn't have a big hand in ESO is because he was working on that other project. That's why when they scrapped it, he quit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like,
He really didn't have a
that's
hand
the
in
case,
ESO. Like
if that's the case, that's super sad. But I honestly do not know the details on that. So
I mean, the
yeah,
writing's kind of on the wall there for it.
yeah,
KS,
no, sure,
bro,
sure.
and-
Like, I'm not saying it's not true, but I just don't know.
Yeah, KS, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate. I just want to be clear. I don't hate subclassing. I'm not saying that I hate subclassing.
Oh, I
I'm just
hate
saying
it.
that
I'm publicly
I'm just-
admitting I fucking hate
yeah,
it. It's horrible.
I just think that it was a decision, right? But it is a decision that requires specific follow through in order to make it work.
It's
right.
a funny
Yeah.
gimmick. It's
It-
fun for a time.
you can't
Yeah.
just the way that it feels right now is just basically like a bunch of guys just decided to like
Yeah.
go on a cocaine bender and make a decision. Like they're like, let's just do this. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, that isn't the best way to just roll this out. It's just like giving everybody like the cheat codes. Like, guess what? Everybody gets us animal companions and spec bow. Like, win. Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense the way that they rolled it out in the same.
What it does, it propagates diversity. It propagates choices. It propagates freedom. In reality, it doesn't do that, which makes it a more homogenized version of the game ever. The game already has been homogenized by hybridization. It already has been homogenized by class changes throughout the years, where everything just become more and more the same. Even in their wording in the devs, like I remember so well, it's like a year ago when they did like a bunch of rebalancing to skills, and they kept adding the dev note. Yeah, we want to bring this skill more on par with the burning talents from a DK. And I'm like, no, let the DK have their burning talents. Give Nightblade something else that is powerful and an option. Don't give Nightblade a skill that is gonna do the same as burning talents DPS wise. That's fucking boring. That's homogenizing the game.
You need
subclassing tenfold of that.
You need it. Yes, everything Kamul said is exactly right. You need if you're building a game and you're going to have classes and you want diversity, what you need is to build it like rock paper scissors. Rock has to beat scissors. Scissors has to beat paper. That's how you have counter gameplay.
And then shoe beats everything. Yes.
But what happened here is like exactly right what Kamul said. See, when they went to hybridization, just think about it for anybody who's been playing longer than hybridization, right? remember there used to be different. You'd have to have. That's why I have like
If there were a
multiple
game
of
for
different
fun, but
classes
doesn't
because
have
you
the
have a
direction
mag
on the
version
dev side
and a stamina
communicated
version,
that they
and
needed to
within
run.
those mag
Yeah,
and
you're
stamina
so right,
versions
Kieran, by the
of the
way.
class, you had a variation of different builds that were that could work with that, and so you had different sets that were optimal for those builds. But then when they homogenized everything and they made it all hybridized, there just became there was just basically a meta except for like niche options.
Yeah.
So like who's taking the stamina morph of beetles? Like with only few exceptions, like if you're running like lamp knights or something like that, or you have some unique you're just running
Poison
corrosive or
build.
something like that, or you're not gonna take anything but the magic form of beetles, because who isn't
That
it's such a
second
stat
tick
dense.
does like 20% more damage than the
Yeah,
second tick of
and
the
major
sub.
and minor AoE breach is unique, especially for a single skill. Like that's insane. So
Yeah.
what you did is then you have a meta that then came forth. But now when you've taken away, so like it's this the idea of, oh yeah, well we've opened everything up. They're selling it to you like that, but it's a bunch of crap. That's not it. And the way that you know that that's not it is going to any BG, and you'll see that it's the same thing over and over again. You're getting hit with binding javelin, you're getting surprise attacked, and you're getting spec bowed, like over and over and over again. And it's so
Yeah.
obvious that those are the like and you could go on. There's a few like other things that come out of there, but really realistically, like you don't have more diversity, you actually have less
No.
diversity, because without balance
Over
there is just
3,000
a new
options.
meta.
Okay, I'm gonna use the same 3 skills.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's just a new meta, and everybody's
like,
figured out what that is.
Technically, it isn't even subclassing. It's some form of
Multi-classing.
like multi-classing, cross-classing, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Because subclassing, I would, oh my god, that like Burrito is saying in your chat, like he loves making builds, is getting hella dry, and
Oh,
they
I
released
haven't
the
even
Holy
been
Grail.
keeping up with my chat.
Can
Sorry.
you imagine if they actually did subclassing, that it was subclassing? Then the options, the diversity, and everything went through the roof. Because then there's so much to do, so much to test, so much niche stuff you can go into, and with the current subclassing system, it's just not there. It really isn't.
Well, at the beginning, it kind of was. Everyone was testing different combos
Of
and whatnot, but
course.
from the get-go, everyone already knew. Even I
Of
knew the
course.
first combo
Yeah.
I set up on the PTS was I put assassination in place of green balance on my warden.
Obviously, yes, of course. Why wouldn't you do that? The
Yeah.
damage is
Like
so
before
intense.
subclassing even dropped as a testable update, I had already
Yeah.
thought that was
And
probably the best way to do things.
I
Yes.
want to add something more to Burrito in your chat, because he's saying like the builds was getting dry and all of that. That is all true, and I hear these same arguments about Vengeance versus Cyrodiil, right? I hear like if I'm critical of Vengeance, the counter argument is like, yeah, but current Cyrodiil is lagging and broken and whatnot. Why do I have to agree with something that sucks just because something else sucks as well? Like I don't like that
100%.
argument. To me, it's a bit. And sorry, Burrito, I'm not trying to like point you out as saying something wrong or whatnot, but yes, you are right. The build making was getting really, really dry at a certain
Yes.
point, right? Because they didn't make enough like small intricate changes that could like shift builds around and whatnot, so it was very still. And on the PvE end of the game, I heard it was pretty much the same game for a super long extended period of time as well. So I'm 100% agreeing to that, but just if you want to use that as an argument and you want to make it like fresh and new, and then that fresh and new thing just like objectively isn't great as well, I don't like that to be like, oh yeah, at least it's not that dry thing before anymore. I think that's like it's almost like an escape for the devs to actually deal with the fucking issues that are there.
Yes, it's it's just picking between the lesser of two evils at that point. I mean, it just starts to feel like politics. It's just like, this isn't great, and this is less great.
Give me 1 second. My food is arriving.
I should take this time to go to the bathroom. I'm surprised the PTS hasn't crashed yet.
Andrew, I agree with you. Like what they
Yeah.
need. So like following up what we were saying before, though, like having it's you have to have skills. They need to. So they launch subclassing, right? You got all these different skills. It's great, but obviously some of them are extremely strong and some of them are less great. But with that being said, the way to fix that is to rework, rebalance the other skill classes, the other class skill lines. It's been said that perhaps they went to they chose to do subclassing because in lieu of balance fixes. But it seems to me like regardless of whether that's true or not, they still have to do balancing. They haven't actually escaped the need to then go back and now look. And in fact, I think what they've done ultimately is made the what was already kind of a complicated issue significantly more complicated.
They've been doing this forever. Let me tell you examples that you can easily look at and be like, oh, yeah, they've already done. This is like typical ZOS MO. All right. Look at us complaining about, oh, healing is too strong in ESO. Okay. Instead of actually going back and doing the calculations over again, here's a new set called Gerald Mountains, which reduces your target's healing by 35%. Oh, you're tired of getting pulled by Rush of Agony over and over. Still not going to fix the daggum set. Okay, here's Nibene, so whenever you get pulled, you get a 15k non-mitigated battle shield from the set, so that way you don't die when you get Rush of Agony pulled. Like, instead of actually going and fixing the problems, they put band-aids on it.
Right, but they're band-aids that a lot of people are not going to use because, I mean, are you really going to just be like, yeah, let me just
now I have to go swap out an entire part of my build to counter something that, is a problem. I really can't get the same results that I need in order to, still fight back against it properly.
Right.
And then that's their justification probably too, is, oh, well, we put these things in the game, so now we don't actually have to fix the problem because, well, if you think healing's too much, okay, let's just go put Gerald's on. And there you go, healing's not a problem anymore. No, the issue's deeper than that. You can't just pull a rug over it and expect the hole not to be there. Okay, one day that rug's gonna slip over because you keep walking on it, and then you're just gonna fall in the hole too.
Well, they make so many changes
100%.
so fast that it just doesn't lend it.
What
I mean,
up,
and then they don't fix things
How you doing,
sometimes
F-It?
ever. So
let me scroll up a little bit. I'm sorry if I missed you guys.
It's hard to know exactly.
You can
what
imagine
their
it's hard
reasoning
to
is
read
also because
two
it
chats
seems like whenever
and
you try
listen to people at the same time.
As has been noted
So
here,
sorry
you
for
try to
that,
report something
guys.
or make a complaint about something, they're just like, yeah, okay,
Surprised
cool.
expect Bodhi
Thanks.
Fisher when
If they
I'm
respond to
that
you at all,
Yeah.
but then there's never anything that comes from
Into
it.
the
So
forward skill line.
it
that would have been fun.
it kind of makes you
There's the
wonder
whole story. That's
where
how
are they getting their feedback
Yeah, true.
from. I mean,
Yo, what up, zombie? How you doing?
I don't really know whether if they're even listening to any of the feedback.
Yeah, the
Duplicate
band-aid
layer of
fixes
water.
are crazy. I think the other thing is too, like JTK. This is JTK's point on all of this. He thinks that ZOS thinks that
Still,
the ESO PvP community as a whole is just like a toxic
100%.
mess,
Just floating chance of
and like they're not worth listening to
Including
because
that
a
they
lot of
still
them
have
are just going to yell at
responsibility
them
to
and
the
be like,
customer.
"Oh,
Yeah,
you guys are
exactly.
bad, and
There's
all of you
still
need to be fired."
responsibility,
I mean,
right?
there are those
Whatever-
people. Okay,
whatever
let's
had
be honest.
happened.
But a lot of us are willing to sit down and be reasonable with you. So why won't you listen to us? It's just as easy to ignore those people as it is to just ask questions to your community.
Yeah.
Like, just because one bad apple is there doesn't mean everyone. Okay, obviously I run a YouTube channel. I just ignore the comments that I'm like, okay, well, you're not helping me be constructive with my criticism on how my video could be better, so I'm just not going to listen to you because, there's no valid
and in all
criticism
honesty,
here.
I'm going to say even something more controversial. I think a lot of people from the player base are actually also super, super wrong about the things that they're asking for. They are just asking for things that are super out of touch with what like a functioning MMORPG will be. And if enough people keep asking and asking and asking, you actually sometimes see the devs listening to that feedback. And that's why also a lot of changes has been happening in the last couple of years as well. I think the perfect example is the
for sure.
It is like I'm not gonna pretend it's easy to run a fucking MMORPG.
That's why I think it's important. Like, they used to have those class rep systems, you go out, you get someone who's reputable or has a good reputation with that class, and you work with them to get the things right.
Yeah.
Right. They have their own communities because they're by default a content creator. That they're more incentivized to play the game and push it because you're working actively with them and supporting them. And the changes that they know need to happen, you can talk to them about it and then explain why or why not that would be a good change if
Yeah.
they wanted something done. And and obviously you've selected those people by hand, so it's like they're probably not going to be like a mean towards you about it or aggressive about it or whatever. Like, oh, screw you guys! You guys need to be fired. You're not implementing my change or whatever. No, they'll respect you because you've chosen them, right?
Well, the problem is not only
Awesome,
that
my
are
game
they not.
crashed. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, you did it. You did it. He crashed it.
Let me
Finally,
stop the stop.
longest 3 minutes ever. But
Well, it's obviously because I'm streaming. It's gonna take longer because that's just how the world works. So.
but yeah, I mean the thing is too though is that it'd be great if they went back to community reps, but honestly, like they don't, as far as I can tell, have a very good track record of treating their reps very well, or any of their content streamers who are involved with them, unless they're just kowtowing to whatever they say. Seems like they're fairly abusive. I mean, that's just. I'm not saying they are or they're not. I'm not a content creator, and I've certainly never been on their stream team or anything like that. But it just, from what I've seen from other people, like it seems like they don't treat them very well. So I mean, it'd be kind of hard to get. I don't know. I don't know if anybody would even want to volunteer for that at this point. I'm sure there would be, but yeah.
Yeah, I think there definitely would be players and content creators very willingly to help the game a lot more.
Well, I don't doubt that there's people that want to help the game, or wouldn't want the clout. I'm just saying, do they want to help the game and want the clout more than they want the are enough to deal with the abuse? Like,
yeah. It is a tricky road because player feedback is such a double-edged sword. It really is. Like
it is.
I say it all the time as well. To my community, I say it all the time as well. Sometimes my opinion is purely my 100% biased opinion, and I'm not even sure if it's good for the game.
Right.
But,
no, that's fair, and that's the hard part, right? Is where do you want to try to be, objective. Like, yeah, I don't want my class to be just, having a ridiculously unfair advantage just because it's my class. And how do you differentiate that, and find people who have enough integrity to think about the community as a whole, as opposed to, just what benefits them. And that gets to be increasingly tricky, I think, when you're dealing with, anybody, but especially, in some of these content spaces, because there tends to be some egos involved in that from my experience.
Okay, I'm back.
But not Epic though. Epic doesn't have an ego.
No.
He's just a
you're right. I don't have.
He's a gank blade enthusiast. That's it.
Yep.
Just stick to
I
your
lose
lane,
myself
bro.
with the competitive side of this game from time to time, and it shows. I make enemies, but I feel like compared to what I've seen, I'm not like as bad as some other folks I've run into.
I was just teasing you, buddy.
Wow.
It's like sometimes the word ego gets a bit too much of a negative.
Yeah,
because you need an ego to be performative and
exactly. No, that's true.
and,
well, there's an element to that, where you have to have a balance with that, where you have to. I mean, having some ability to be self-deprecating, and humor and understand that there's got to be a balance. Like you can't have you can't be an introvert and be a very good streamer. Like it's kind of hard to do. You have to have you have to be bringing something to the table to be really interesting and to want to have people watch your content. And in some, and usually that's more than just being good at the game in some capacity.
Well, my sensitivity on the live server, goodness gracious.
Wow.
Interesting. Maybe they changed my settings on PTS. This is how I normally play. Goodness.
Yo, Ed, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
But yeah, man, I primarily started this entire stream so that way I could get some thoughts rolling, so I could go and make my video of how bad the state of the PTS is. Then obviously in trying to test it, I mean, it crashed 3 times. It shouldn't crash at all, but the fact I can still replicate a crash if I want to is not a good thing at all. Like TLDR, it doesn't matter how you put it, the application should just run and it should do it consistently.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
I
think what the entirety of this update could be basically boiled down to, we've added some like build diversity within the, within the Vengeance campaign, and now potions are not on a global cooldown. The end.
Well, the animation change is probably even bigger to me than the crashing.
Yeah.
You cannot forget about those changes because they fundamentally change how the game works. Like, 100%. I'm on a live server. So far I've killed the dummy, I think 3 times. No problem weaving whatsoever. Then on the PTS, I miss a light attack, miss a skill, it doesn't go off.
Yeah.
Just like I'm playing in lag. Like, it does affect my ability to weave and cast skills.
Like, they actually gave us a PTS survey as well.
I know. On the day I was like beginning to make this video, like mid like recording or planning, and they released that survey and at everyone in the Discord, and I went and I filled it out immediately.
Yeah, I did it live on stream as well, and I asked some people for their opinions as well. And I also made a very funny observation, because genuinely I thought it was a good survey. It was easy. It was just a link. Click on the link, fill in the answers. That's it. Why is the Vengeance feedback having to work with you're getting an email and whatnot?
Wait, what?
If you want to give official Vengeance feedback, you needed to add your email to like some kind of list, and then you would have the survey sent to you and whatnot. And I'm like, why is that?
Where was that at?
What?
I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
Oh, so you didn't even see there was Vengeance feedback.
There was an option for that. Was that also in the Discord post?
There was like a survey, and you had to fill in.
I filled it out. It didn't ask me for any credentials or anything. They just let me fill it out. Maybe
the Vengeance feedback.
Or something? For Vengeance feedback, I don't know.
The Vengeance survey.
There's a Vengeance survey. Where?
See, exactly. This is the observation I made. The PTS survey was easy for everyone. You could just click on the link, do the thing. For the Vengeance feedback, you had to put up your email on a list, and they would send you the survey. So it's like a couple extra steps. People didn't even know about it, and those are the people giving feedback about Vengeance. I don't even know who gave feedback.
Is this them trying to build an echo chamber?
See, I don't like tinfoil hats. I don't think they're very comfortable, but I will wear it. To me, it's just weird. To me, it's just weird.
It does feel like they're,
even if it isn't. Imagine if it isn't at all. Imagine if there's like an entire different reason. Why does it look this way? It's just bad.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to like make it difficult, like to filter, your opinion, and like, how bad do you really like want the feedback?
Bro, honestly, if they wanted to get rid of us as PvPers, all they'd have to do is say it, and I'd respect them more for that than just trying to keep it under wraps. Yeah. Like, we don't want to focus on our PvP community. If they would just come out and say that, I would respect them. Like, honestly, I would be upset, obviously, but I would respect them. Because it would just kind of be like, okay, now I understand why all this is happening.
What up, Boomsday? Hello, hello, hello. We're having a little discussion about PvP and whatnot with
as bad as that
Mr.
sounds.
Epic. How are you doing, man?
Anyway, yeah, I just want to be clear too. Like, I'm not like bagging, like, don't want to just bag on the devs, even though I agree that there's.
I hate that shit. It's the easiest thing to do.
it's really it's really difficult. They're in an unenvious situation, but I feel like they're just it's frustrating because I feel like they're making decisions that are making their lives harder and our lives harder. And I
Yeah.
don't and the game less enjoyable, and I don't and because of the way that they communicate or don't communicate, it makes it really hard to know why things are happening and what decisions they're making. I think what was it? Wheeler did make a comment saying that at some point in the near future they were going to be giving us an update to give us to tell us maybe or lay out a roadmap for the future, which he had noted they hadn't done before. And to me, that was perhaps one of the more interesting things that was said, just
Yeah.
because I think that would be really helpful to kind of understand, where they're trying to arrive at, because right now, based on the decisions that they're making, it really isn't clear where they're going,
No.
and it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
like the changes, it's like I don't like it doesn't make me feel confident the way that they're rolling things out, and then the things that they are
I'm
rolling
even
out.
taking it a step further. Obviously, it's my personal issue. It's my psychological state of being. But since I started playing ESO in the end of 2016, obviously in the first couple of years, I'm not gonna pretend I was super invested to what's happening in the game. I was super casual. I was still mainly playing World of Warcraft actually. Um, but after I started taking the game serious, we have had seen some crazy changes and whatnot to the game, right? All kinds of things happen, and I'm quite an optimistic human being in general. I'm quite like, seeing the positives and not try to worry and stress too much. Since the announcement of Vengeance and the introduction of subclassing, I and again, this is my own mistake. I shouldn't be, but this is I'm literally anxious.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I'm scared too for
I'm
the
anxious. Is
state
this?
of the
Am I
game.
gonna lose one of my favorite hobbies? Am I gonna
You're not gonna
lose?
lose one of your favorite hobbies. You're just gonna lose one of your favorite games
Yeah,
Well, that
to a
that's a
change you disagree with. It's like taking Call of Duty, like, and you really enjoy just what Call of Duty is. Like, say, back in Black Ops 2, I really like the zombies, the campaign, and even the multiplayer that was fun to dabble around in. But now, Call of Duty has changed so much to the point where it's not really about the player. There's super aggressive matchmaking, and balance is bad because they're trying to sell DLC weapons and primarily skins. Like, their focus has changed from being about the gameplay experience to how much money can we squeeze out of microtransactions.
and
It's the
yeah.
same with ESO. Like, the only reason like this game I feel like is still floating sometimes is because, oh goodness, look at that new Skeever stink mount in the store. Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
Like, the art team
so
always knocks it out of the park with this game, but it just feels like when it comes to the gameplay side of stuff, those
hmm
devs are lacking.
So what's interesting, and I've mentioned this before. I'll try to be very brief, but about it. But with EverQuest, it came out originally, and it was a passion project. It was the first. Technically, Ultima was the first. Online was the first. MMORPG. But the EverQuest when it came out was very popular. It was the first time anybody had ever seen anything like that. And it went really hard for a long time. But right before World of Warcraft dropped, the EQ devs had decided that they were going to try to build a new 64-bit platform, and launch EQ2, and they rushed the launch for it, and
Oh
they
yeah.
made a seriously big mistake,
Yeah.
because they were trying to launch that before Blizzard launched Warcraft,
hmm
to try to have player retention, but they because they weren't going to actually transfer over anybody's characters, and they made it a completely different game. It
Yeah.
has the same lore, it looks very similar, but it was a different game.
Mhm.
Functionally, the UI was completely different. Nobody knew what it was, and And so all the old zones were gone and stuff. And so nobody went, and a lot of
Yep.
that was due to the communities, because people had developed communities,
Yes.
and they underestimated, the power of the sunk cost fallacy,
Yes.
which is that people are just not going to divest, all of these years, at this point, literally years for some of them,
Yeah.
that they had put into this game. And so, what ended up happening is that people would kept saying, "Oh, the game's dying," and it felt like every year that we just kept getting more like watered down content. It just kept getting weaker. The changes that were made were not as great. There was less itemization. There was less, new quests and things to do, and there was more monetization pushes, more, expansions, and so on
Yeah.
and so forth. And I think they really bought into this idea that, and they never really made any upgrades to the game, like really substantial upgrades to the game. They made quality of life changes and stuff, but they just kept letting it track along under this sort of, I assume, expectation that the game was just going to eventually die. Well, it's now 25 years later, and the game still is going. Like, people are still playing it. They're still playing live. They're still playing, like classic
Yeah, I keep
setups.
saying ESO dies on one condition, and that is them shutting down the server. There
Yes.
will always be players who are gonna play ESO and gonna love it, and rightfully so.
Yeah. The question is, though, is that will they, decide to, step up and actually make the good changes, make the investment to make the good changes that need to happen for the game to really revive? Because it's still there. Like, all of the things that make ESO magical are still present. They're all still there. The communities are there. The world is rich and full. There's a lot of wonderful things there.
Yeah.
But if they don't fix the performance issues, and they don't go back to what made the game successful to begin with, and start putting their investment there, like really good storytelling for the quest lines and stuff,
Yeah.
really great and engaging and difficult content, really good reward systems that drives you to want to play engaging PvP, and for the love of Pete, like functional servers. Like, if the game doesn't work, it just doesn't work, and it's just not fun to play.
Nope.
Those things, like, those aren't huge changes. They're not massive, improvements. It's just doubling down on the things that make the game successful, and those are all super within reach, and they would see their biggest returns just from doing that.
Yeah.
But it's like they're choosing to just like allow the game to slowly die, because they've settled for, whatever revenues they, milking as whatever revenues they can out of the lowest possible input.
They make it into a theme park.
Yeah.
For all you guys in chat, I'm sorry if we're not like getting to your comments or reading. This is
we're horrible streamers.
We're focused on talking and discussing things, and
I'm talking to them. I don't know about y'all, like, but I'm watching.
Well,
them.
that's why I'm apologizing, because I feel like I see you guys typing these walls of text in chat, and I'm just trying to focus on the conversation. I can't have my head in two places at once.
Yeah,
but
I'm
reading it. I'm reading it in the background,
I was actually responding to Genome Gorilla's comment, because it's like they can't do that because the game's already dying. And what I was trying to say is that I think the game is kind of dying, but it's not dead. I mean, it's it can, if they just would go back to what makes the game successful in the beginning. Honestly, if they just, I don't know that they could do it, but if they could just go back update 35, things would be great.
I think, honestly, in my opinion, I enjoyed the Blackwood patch the most. Like, that was maybe a few months after I really got into PvP. Like, it was the Blackwood patch. I think we had like everything there. Like, the game was in a solid state. All we needed to do was adjust performance, and the game would have been like a chef's kiss.
Yeah.
But then we started adding everything else that
they still
a lot of people wanted.
But yeah.
No, Jabs was in its prime then. That's probably another reason why. Yeah, in Blackwood. They changed Jabs right around High Isle came after Blackwood.
Yeah.
And that was the time that I remember. Even though it was kind of the proc set meta, you still had max stat builds that could easily compete, because we were pre-hybridization.
I don't think he's talking about Blackwood as a story, though. Rats.
I'm talking about the patch, like
Yeah.
the update when the DLC chapter came out. That's the patch. I don't remember which update it was, but it was a good one.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that. Things were, as I recall, pretty solid across the board, and we
But that
had
was also before we had all these
3v3
obnoxious mythic
battlegrounds and
items
stuff.
too. Like the mythic items made sense, right? They
No.
weren't like monomyth where I have like all my eggs for what I want on my front and all my eggs in the other basket on my back bar and stuff, right? Like they made sense. You had Markin, which was understandable, Death Dealer's Feet, you had Wild Hunt, and then you had a few other ones that were like seldom used. I think Malakath was also like in adjustment at the time. I think it might have been pretty good still, maybe that 25%, but
Yeah.
And I was slightly hopeful, or actually quite really hopeful at the beginning of 2023 when we got the hardware updates. We got announced the Necrom, a new class. It really looked like, oh shit, Infinite Archive and whatnot. It was like, oh damn, they're actually
Infinite
doing
Archive was
stuff.
it was a great addition to the
They're
game,
actually
I think.
doing a lot of stuff. Like we get a new class, we get an entirely new PvE game mode. They're actually fixing the hardware. I was like, holy fuck, is this real?
We're eating pretty good.
Yeah.
But then they never follow through on anything. They just
was
release
it?
it and move on.
Epic said that. I remember when Infinite Archive was coming out, he said, this is probably going to end up.
It's going to end up just like the companion system.
Yeah, like they started.
It's going to be a
and then
feature
it
they
just,
release, and then they're just going to move on. And the only thing
Yeah.
they're going to add
Yeah.
are probably a few new sets.
that
no
was
new
such
features.
that was such a good prediction, and so
It's been
accurate.
like what, 2 years?
Yeah, I mean it's at the potential's all there. Then they just they're like,
Yeah,
and
I was
done,
just gonna say pain in the axe. He says, look at the BGs now. The BGs
Oh,
has
dude.
still I'm gonna name one issue about the BGs, because my list of issues with BGs is a super long one, and they're all really, really easily fixable. I'm just gonna name one issue. Why are we still getting an entire lag spike in the BG when someone uses the werewolf leap?
Oh, for real.
What? Come on. That's just one thing. And they haven't even
Is it a render
talked about
problem,
it.
do you think, or is it a calculation problem? Because there's
I
two
have
things there that
no
could be
clue.
the case.
They
The
haven't
biggest
even
one is whenever
talked
you
about
use
it.
the ultimate, you know how it has like these giant red lightning streaks that go in every which direction for the AoE? It could be a rendering problem. That's why your game
Could be,
freezes.
but
If it's a
if that's the
calculation
case,
problem, then I don't know how it's calculating, but it's not doing it in an optimized fashion,
No.
so it works right.
And if it
Like, it
keeps
could be
doing that and they
anything.
can't fix it, I'm sorry to say it, just replace the skill with something else. Like,
take the
why
morph
are
set
we
of
allowing
BGs.
to have a mass lag spike for 16 players?
Just take the morph set of the
Yeah.
BGs.
Yeah.
Or just bring back 4v4v4. I mean,
I think they should I have this conversation so often. The three-way BGs versus now. I think now there's actually a lot more potential, but as we see them not paying any attention to it and not changing anything, not listening to any of the feedback. I remember Decimus had a absolute amazing feedback post on the forum, which they specifically made and actually took the time to respond to. And Decimut made so many good suggestions about the BGs, and the answers were like 60% of the answers were, oh, they clearly don't even understand the suggestion, so they answered something entirely different. And the other answers were also really like, oh, they're just not gonna do anything to it. And it's such a shame, because I think if you implement some changes to the battlegrounds that we have right now, it will have the gameplay loop for players being so much more fun as the current one. Like, the fact that it took them a year to finally fix the queues is ridiculous. And what's even more stupid is that they forgot to put it on the patch notes. They literally could have like a little W on their patch notes, and they forgot to fucking add it. It's it keeps surprising me sometimes, this company, how they
and remember before that, when we still had 4v4v4, they gave
Mhm.
us the ability to select individual game modes we wanted to play. I could pick Deathmatch, Crazy King, Domination, Chaos Ball. Like I could pick the game mode I wanted to play, but then it just became a random queue out of the blue one day. And I was like,
Yeah.
where did my choices go?
Yeah.
And
Play
now
as
we're
you
here.
want. Well, the problem was that people weren't like queuing for certain things because it's like, okay, well, some of the game modes are more, I don't know, they're better than some of the other
Okay,
ones.
well, I mean, you still could leave them there.
Yeah.
Player choice and player freedom is what makes a game very fun. It's like why sandbox games have like you can have upwards of 10,000 hours in sandbox-ish games. Like,
Yeah.
sorry, that's like far-reaching, but you get the point. Player freedom is important.
Yeah.
And
Player
choice.
freedom is important, 100%.
Would it be interesting, do you think, if they created like a BG that was like sort of like a mini Imperial City, like where you have like 16 like, you know, individual players like duking it out in a
I think an 8v8v8 would be interesting to see. Of course, they need to
Yeah.
make new maps and whatnot, but I like the hecticness of the 8v8s. Like it's nice. I like the larger scale fights instead of the more isolated ones. I think just two teams is an issue because the game was
Yeah.
not built around two teams.
Well, plus
It
not
could
only is
be,
it not
it could
built
be,
around
but
two
you have
teams,
to.
but you
Yeah.
have queuing issues or the MMR issues too, where inevitably what ends up happening is you have one team that is like massively imbalanced in terms of their either damage or ability, and
Yeah.
just like, you know, molly-whopping the other like team. Like it's
Yeah, but
pretty ugly.
but one, their MMR is just a joke. I don't even know how they came up with their system that they currently have. So I
Actually,
agree that needs to be fixed. But even if you don't fix that, I can still present solutions to, because you know what gamers want, you know what players want. They want the illusion to win. Why do you think everyone loves Vengeance? Because they have given the illusion that they are as powerful as the guy they're fighting. They give the illusion to be a part of something big and whatnot. You can create that illusion in BGs because you don't need, like, again, I'm gonna say something probably a little bit controversial, but well, it's the first statement is not controversial. I don't trust this game to do their balancing right, to ever create a system where it will genuinely feel like the BGs are like competitive and fair. So I don't have any faith in that. The second statement is the little bit more controversial one, and that is, I don't even care if they go for that angle. I think they can present us a lot of solutions within the BGs where you as a player are given the illusion that you participate in a way that can get you to win. And if you give the illusion that to the player will be more active and they're not gonna stand in their spawn after dying once. And by creating that feeling alone, the BG, either is it not actually balanced, it will still give the feeling of two teams are actually trying to compete.
Like,
you know
how
what
would
I
that
mean.
happen? Like, there would be like a, you know, a buff that would spawn up there or something that makes you like super strong for a little bit.
For example, if you look at deathmatch, what is the number one issue in deathmatch? You have the first push, one team kills the other team, they run to the spawn, and they're kind of locked in their spawn. Right? That's the issue that you have in that matches. So unless the first fight is not balanced anymore, the whole illusion of being able to win is pretty much already gone. Fairly sometimes you maybe.
Why did you put him in timeout? Sorry. I
And
gave
then
him mod. I wasn't reading chat. I don't wait.
The solution to that is very simple in a deathmatch, and that's a second spawn.
What happened to Zito? What did he do? I missed it.
Because if you have a second spawn, then you, the team that won the first battle is having to choose where to go, where to push, which is either gonna drift them apart, or they're all gonna go for one, and it gives the losing party a way to properly regroup. You cannot get me banned, Pain.
Well, I mean, he proved he could. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to chat. Zito's as much a part of this discussion as all of us, so
yeah.
Even if he's all right, look, don't push your luck. Pain's proof you'll do it
I'll do
once.
it
You'll do
again.
it again.
More pain.
So there
That's so
there
funny.
are some solutions, and capture the relic is an easy fix. That is literally move the relic further away from the spawn. I mean, how easy can it be? Because that's the only reason why it gets so stillmatey right now. I think Chaos Ball is a very weird mode where we're giving
I want to do something.
offensive transformations, and we're not even promoting to use them because the meta is still stand in your own base with the ball. Those are all fixes you can do. And 4v4, I'm telling you, 4v4 needs an overhaul, and you need to make it shuffle. That will make it so much fun. Like, people would just play there the entire freaking day.
I would definitely be playing 4v4 again. My main issue with ESO right now, I'm focused on update 48 and its current changes. Like with the primarily the animation changes completely messing with how the game works. I know it's week 1 and whatnot, but they're bad enough to where I don't even want to play ESO next patch because I just know like if they're gonna commit to these kind of animation changes and bring them back, what else
Yeah.
are they gonna do to my game that I don't agree with? Which is a lot of things, obviously, but now they're fundamentally changing how weaving and what works, even though they said it wouldn't affect it. Like, I'm more reliably missing light attacks over there on the PTS and whatnot than I've ever been before. And now, like, on top of bad performance, say I'm in Cyrodiil and you keep these changes, when am I going to tell whether it's lag or the new change you added? And plus, on top of that, they look ugly as everything. They're so jittery, they're so slow looking, and they just don't look good. They look like a placeholder animation. And then I also said it in my video, which when I was recording it, is I don't understand the logic behind it because, okay, let's look at it from a game dev perspective. They want to reduce memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at both memories. You have two types of memories they could be trying to reduce with this. The first one is random access memory, so that's on your GPU, the processing of it. So you cut down on the frames, so that way you have less like rendering load on your GPU while you're playing. And second, it could be you're trying to save storage on your computer or whatever by cutting frames out of an animation. First off, cutting frames out of an animation for storage is very stupid because texture files are worth like 5 times as much space as an animation file is from what I've done. And I've done a little bit of modding. I know why games crash sometimes, especially if you have texture issues and mishmashes. Animations can cause problems,
Interesting.
but not as much. And then from the random access memory perspective, even if you cut the animation frames down a bit, right, you still have the issue of people animation canceling it. So it's never going to fully render in anyways, so it doesn't really make sense to cut the frames because in the long term, if you're playing at a higher level, it's not going to do anything. And then for those people that, don't animation cancel, play ESO casually, they're going to log on one day and they're going to see that, why is my heavy attack look like my characters never hold a weapon before? What is going on? Like,
Yeah.
it's a lose-lose either way you look at it. And also on top of that, like I remember you said, oh, they spent 8 months trying to get swimming mounts to work. Like, why first, it's implemented so poorly, it looks bad, and
Yeah.
why did you spend so much time trying to do this to the point where you're bringing it back after another update, even though you discontinued it on the first update in update 45? Like, it didn't work the first time. From what I've tested, it doesn't work this time. Why are you still trying?
In the
game
last
works fine
half a
without it.
year, in the last half year, I've heard no one, and I mean no one, say, "Hey, what about this animation changes? Should we try that again?" No one. No one was even asking for it.
Yeah.
Well, and if anybody was asking for it, they sure weren't asking for it to look like this.
Oh yeah, that's why I wanted to make a video on it, because not only can I reliably get the PTS to crash if I play long enough, but I can also, like, those animations are just bad.
Yeah, they said
and
it in
these
a.
perks don't work.
They said it in like an interview or something. Pain. Or in an interview, or in an article.
What, the mount thing?
Yeah, the mounting. It's like official.
Yeah, no, they did.
I
I
think
heard
it was
I heard
9
them.
months even.
Yeah, it was 9 months, and they said yeah, it was
A
they said it was
dedicated
because,
team of devs. I remember
yeah,
reading.
a dedicated team of devs, and it was because they specifically gave a reason, and they said it was because there were so many different mounts that they had to like modify every single file for every single mount.
Imagine
Which,
all
I
those
mean,
man
does make
hours could have been
sense.
used on creating an MMR system,
Literally anything
fixing
else.
the BGs.
Like actually anything else. Now it's easier to farm resources faster because you can just run. I don't even know if they even. I mean, I guess everybody just uses Wild Hunt for that anyway. So I don't even know what is the advantage of that. I don't even know. Just it's not annoying, I guess.
Yeah, 9 months of swimming mounts instead of balancing subclassic.
Oh,
Goodness
Pain.
gracious.
Pain, they said they were really close to fixing the combat bug during. Who remembers? I think you were part of it as well, Epic. You partook in it when they asked everyone to massively log into PTS Cyrodiil. I think you were there, right? When
They
Gina
said that
was
in their
in.
thing. They said that in the they said it in the video that they just did recently.
Yeah.
And they said it was because they have reduced the lingering effects.
Yeah.
It had something to do with that.
Yeah. But here we are.
Yeah, well, so much for that.
Yeah, it's like, and their whole. I keep saying it, man. It's such a cliche to say, but I think I can speak in the name of every human who ever walked the planet Earth. If you don't have communication, it's gonna go wrong. Doesn't matter what you're working on, doesn't matter what you're trying to create, doesn't matter what relationship you have towards the other side that is receiving your communication. If the communication is bad, it will always end up bad, and that's something
Like
Cinemax is
you
just.
can't coordinate and build a bridge without talking about it first.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you gotta know so many things before you can get that right.
Yeah, and using that bridge analogy, like the problem is that they're frequently building a bridge to know where we want to go. And
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like they're always building a bridge. They're like, look, we're doing this really great job. I mean, it's like the light rail in California. It's like, but anyway, something else entirely. But yeah, it's like building a bridge to nowhere. Like, okay, great.
just-
Like with the animations, like, well, I mean, I'm glad you guys are working so hard on implementing this thing nobody wants, and it probably isn't
Honestly,
going to have any
PvP is in a
significant
really
effect.
good place compared to the infinite load screen days. Again, you like you're technically not wrong, but why is that? What do I? And again, sorry if I sound annoyed by what you're saying, Burrito. I'm really not taking this personal or anything, but what do I as a player, as a person, as a customer have to do with that info? It's like something else was fucking horrible. Now it's horrible in a different way and arguably less horrible. What does that mean?
Yeah, be grateful.
I was
Do I
watching
have
a
to
video.
say thank
like-
you for not having loading screens again? Which shouldn't be there in the first place?
The beating shall continue until morale improves.
It's because again, technically you're not wrong. Technically, I do think Cinemax has done an insane amount of improvements as well over the years, right?
Yeah,
Some
no doubt.
quality of life that we've seen, some like the sticker book, for example, like
a lot
those
of it
type
is
of
stuff
things
we
are
really haven't really asked for though.
no.
I mean, they hit it sometimes, but not every time.
Less horrible is a step in the right direction. No, it isn't. It isn't. It really isn't. I
saw
like
this.
in this case it isn't. Let me rephrase. Like in that phrase on itself, yes, obviously, technically you're right, but
Well, yeah, it's essentially like being in an abusive relationship and saying I'm getting beat less, so it's fine.
yeah,
You're like, oh well, thanks for that, I appreciate it.
You're
Like,
still
why am I
getting
getting beat in the first place? Like, is this?
yeah.
It's like a weird like.
And correct
you
me
know,
if I'm wrong. When when were the load screens? What time was that again?
You mean for like ESO had really bad ones, like long
Yeah.
ones, or just random load screens when you would wander in Cyrodiil?
Yeah, the I think he
So,
means that right? The burrito when you would just walk in Cyrodiil and you get loading screens?
I didn't play in Cyrodiil there around that time, so I missed it. But I do remember being on PS4 and having to wait about 5 minutes to get through a door in IC.
Yeah.
I think there's another consideration to talk about with last-gen consoles as well. Which, if we have the time for, we can all probably rant about. All right, who here in my chat still plays on PS4? Any hands? PS4, Xbox
No.
One, any hands?
Update your system so they can upgrade the game. I'm joking.
I just want to know if anyone still plays on those platforms. Because it's been more than 10 years.
I don't know many people playing on the old systems.
Well, you can barely play on the old systems. I could
Yeah.
dust off my PS4 and record me trying to play ESO on it. What are the add-ons would work for PS4?
Clockwork
gosh.
used to have infinite load screens in Zero anytime you died on Xbox. Yeah, because why I asked that question when the loading screens were, if you want to make the comparison then versus now, then I would also make the argument, well, back then we also had 3 times the population in Cyrodiil.
Oh, real. Yeah, let's see what it is
so
now.
yes, we can say Cyrodiil is better, but Cyrodiil also has a new layer of problems, which is not fundamentally enough players to make the map feel alive.
Yeah, and then performance is the reason no one wants to be there.
Yeah, and then the removal of the
You
20
have to go to Greyhost if you want something.
The removal of the
decent.
24-man group has pretty much ruined PvP, because ball groups used to be these special forces who would kill the Zerg, so to say, who would kill the big groups, but right now the ball groups are the big groups, which is a fundamental difference on itself. And then obviously, if I don't know if we want to go into that, but if we talk about ball groups as well, the things I always had a feeling for most of the time I played ESO that there was some kind of counter towards a ball group. There was also always a playstyle, a decision you could make to be a counter to the ball group, and it's what we pointed out earlier. It's about the rock paper scissors, because the rock paper scissors is not only about classes, it's also about playstyles and decisions on how you partake in PvP. And that has entirely been removed patch after patch after patch after patch. Because now the ball group is pretty much like an unstoppable, huge force in this less populated than ever Cyrodiil, which is a bad experience for most people. Plain and simple.
Real. But just think about the new player experience coming into Cyrodiil and being like, oh, yes, I am finally become a Cyrodiil person or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they go out there and they're like, oh, it's a PvP zone. So they find maybe one person, and it ends up not being one person. It's just a 12-man ball group.
Yeah.
Because there's no one else playing PvP.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
So yeah, if you wanna compare Zero now versus then, you have to take all these things in consideration, in my opinion. It's the thing we do as humans.
The other thing was that it's so hard for a new player to get in now with all these changes to understand ESO and what's going on. Think about it too. I think we talked about it a bit earlier. I guess this is for people that are new into the chat or whatever, but I can imagine if you're a new player and you see PvP and you see all these 1vx clips on the internet and you're like, that looked cool, I want to go do that. Then you go out there in a Cyrodiil and it's nothing like the 1vx clips you see.
Yep.
At all. A lot of these things are cherry picked. I know as a content creator, when I'm trying to make a montage, whatever, I'm looking for clips that showcase the build the best, and they're kind of cherry picked.
Yep.
This is sometimes best case scenario.
1vx has been a hoax for many years.
And then other times it works, but for new players, seeing all that stuff is kind of oh, that's so cool, I want to go do that. I mean, think when Summit came to play ESO, right? I think it was he mentioned he saw all those 1vx clips And then he started trying to get into ESO. Everyone was pointing him in the right direction. He's just like, bro, I can't keep up with all this stuff. There's so much I gotta know. Then I gotta know this. Then I gotta know that. Then I gotta know this. Then I gotta know that. And how am I
Yeah.
supposed to know this? There's a small circle on the ground or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like compare that to, and he's a seasoned gamer because he does this
Yeah.
for a living, right?
Mhm.
It was hard for him to get into ESO. Imagine someone who's a casual player and wants to just pick up ESO PvP and get into it. This is a whole world that they're never going to fully grasp unless they really sit down and dedicate like a good chunk of their life to it.
Yeah.
Like I grew up with this game more or less, so I kind of was there for the changes. And I've also like I've been on the PTS for I don't know how many countless of hours, like maybe even 1,000 hours at this point, just testing different builds and other things
Yeah.
because well on the PTS it's free to do. Like I know the ins and outs of stuff. I understand how things work versus like a regular casual player gets home after work is not going to have the time to do all that and in the long term compete. And if subclassing was a way to raise the floor, it kind of has and it's kind of hasn't because well, sure, you have this bot put on the meta build and whatnot, and he'll have insane amounts of damage, but he'll still also get one shot by the exact same build and have no idea why.
Yeah.
And that's not going to help him learn. Same thing with fighting ball groups. You're just throwing yourself at a brick wall.
Yep.
And you have these unrealistic expectations set on you from PvE as well. Like I go into Overland, I can uppercut a 60k HP ad and kill it in one hit. Right. And then I go into PvP and then all of a sudden this guy has 30k health. That's half of what I'm used to fighting, you know. He's got less than a delve boss. I can kill it. And then you run over there and then he just turns around and in-cap expos you and you're dead and you have no idea why he instantly killed you because the game has set you up for failure.
Yeah.
Like
I want to
it's
respond
rough.
to a person in my chat who has like a couple interesting statements. I won't make it too long. He's making a point about swimming mounts, how awesome of a decision is because it saves you so much time and whatnot. Yes, fair enough. Also, again, I might say something really controversial to certain gamers. Again, take this with the glasses of an MMORPG enjoyer.
Let's be adults here.
A time sink. The game needs to be a time sink. Stuff needs to take long. Not everything needs to be faster and more convenient and instant and whatnot. So I'm not really agreeing to that argument as a whole. Personally, I don't have anything against swimming mounts. I think it's fun. It's cool. Whatever. The point is taking 9 months of a dedicated dev team when your game has trillion issues that are much more in need of change
This is where my
is
ESO
what the
Plus
pain
money
point is.
My ESO
That's where
Plus
the
money
pain
went
point
so I could
is.
do this.
Yeah, if people
I paid for this.
if they would have added swimming mounts on top of doing these things, I would have been as enthusiastic if you were. So don't take this as hating on swimming mounts or whatsoever. It just way too much effort for what they did. And then another point, because I obviously made the joke and Kieran responded as well, like they need to hurry and phasing out the old gen consoles, because that's realistically true. Old systems do hold back new development. I still believe it's one of the reasons housing has issues with like limits of furnishing. I'm pretty sure there was at some certain point an official statement, but that it was older systems holding that change back. And then he makes a good point, which is fair. Like, how do you phase out a device if people cannot afford to get a new device? I get it on a moral human level. I 100% agree with you. Like, I obviously don't want people to be unable to play the game. But realistically, if you're playing an MMORPG that exists for over 11 years, it is very normal for the game to develop to a new technological level where the systems of 11 years ago are not compatible anymore. World of Warcraft has done the same. I played World of Warcraft, the classic version, on a Dell PC without a dedicated video card, with like an Intel Pentium 4 processor. I don't fucking remember what I had. And it ran. It ran perfectly. Does that mean I should still be able to play World of Warcraft in 2025 on that system? I don't think that's fair for the game developments, but don't get me wrong, I do get what you're saying. Like, you obviously don't want to exclude people from your game, but it is a very normal technological evolvement in a long-lasting MMO such ESO is.
It's like how you have Windows operating systems and say even okay, so for all you phone people out there, right? You have the brand new Apple device or whatever, right? It has all these brand new features and they're trying to get you reasons to upgrade. And if you don't upgrade, eventually your device is going to stop being just supported in general. And that's just for the overall health of going forward in the future, right? If you want to call it a necessary evil, it's a necessary evil, but
Yeah.
more or less it's just how things go.
Yep.
And at some point, like, it'd be cheaper to try and sell the PS4 and then save up maybe a little bit if you could, and then buy like a low-end PC. Because on PC versus PlayStation 4, at least you can augment the graphical settings and whatnot, so that way, you can run ESO on any kind of PC build almost.
Yeah.
Right. And if you're really that hardcore of a player for ESO, you'd be more than willing to transfer and start over, kind of like I was able to, right?
Yeah.
So if they needed to make that change, like,
Yeah.
it just makes sense that they should do it.
Yeah, from like, again, I'm not super knowledgeable about like game development and coding and whatnot, but I have some friends who are very knowledgeable about it. And he made the argument that there are definitely certain things that the game cannot evolve with unless they move on from a certain low minimum accessibility, which is super unfair. Don't get me wrong, it's always unfair and painful that people have to like move on from their device and have to reinvest just to play this one game. But you also have all these other players that want evolvement, so it's yeah,
I
it's a
kind of
tricky one.
respect it in a way.
Oh yeah,
because it's
100%.
like, remember that Stop Killing Games initiative, right?
Yeah.
Where people were like, "Oh, I can't play the game anymore because the devs cut the servers
Yeah.
off for me or whatever." I feel like it's that kind of idea
Yeah.
with it, like shutting off ESO support for last gen consoles.
Yeah.
Which of course is going to be rough. And
It is. It is.
I don't really know if there's a workaround to it.
Yeah.
At all, but like, if you really want to grow, that's kind of what needs to happen, because we can't be limited to last gen specs unless you want to release a completely different version of ESO just for PS4 and Xbox One.
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
I guess that's why they want to put crossplay in, or they're looking at it.
How many hours do you think a new casual player will need to become decent at PvP? You cannot name it to hours. I've made this argument many times. It depends. It depends on what you're doing with those hours. That's all there is. Because for example, I'm again, people are all gonna say, "Oh, don't take yourself too short and whatnot." For the amount of hours that I've spent in PvP, I should be a lot better. But that's because I don't play a very efficient way, especially in my first years of playing this game. I didn't play an efficient way of getting better at the game. I was very bad at researching information about the game because I didn't care so much, so I just didn't know a lot of things. So I was just very inefficient with a lot of things. Then I should add, I'm not anymore. I was very stubborn about how I wanted to play my character. Well, if you're gonna be stubborn about how to play your character, you're gonna hold yourself back from evolving in a better player, right?
Oh, bro, he's saying so much truth right now, like, actually.
And all these things factor in how many hours. So it's not as simple as answer as that, Aaron. So it really depends on your mindset as a player. It
depends on what you want to do and what your goal is.
It also depends on what is your goal.
Do you want to be proficient at duels? Do you want to be good at 1vx? Do you want to be good at all the content at the same time?
Yeah.
Like, for dueling, of course, there's only one way to get better at dueling. It's going to take some time, but that's constantly seek out people to fight that are generally better than you and learn from those mistakes and watch what they're doing and try and read those.
I've seen people come into this game purely dedicated to PvP, with a very isolated mindset on doing that, and I saw them genuinely becoming very viable and good PvPers at like CP200. It is possible, and that would take you realistically. That's a couple of weeks. That's not that crazy.
Maybe a
That's a
month,
couple of
few
weeks
months.
players. But I've also seen players that are just struggling and struggling and struggling and struggling. It really depends on a lot of factors.
Why are you calling me out, bro?
No, I keep always saying, like, I think, like, right now, I've reached a point in ESO where I'm knowledgeable about the game. So I know what I'm observing, I know what kills me, I know what I can do. I know how to build characters, I know the builds that I'm fighting against. The knowledge is all on point. I'm just not mechanically the most gifted gamer. I've never been that in any game I've ever played. Like, my reaction speed and all these things it's fine, it's okay. I'm not like a total buffoon or something. But that's just the truth about me as a player.
You have to factor those into like physical limitations. For me, I grew up playing this game. I started, I think, when I was either 14 or 15 playing ESO. I'm 23 now.
That's golden.
Like I got the good reaction time. I got the good brain. I got all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but even then, my ability to 1v1 in this game is incredibly below average. Like, I can barely compete in 1v1s.
Yeah.
Like, if a sweaty duelist comes and tries to zerg me down and like trying to XV1 me, I'm going to end up turning around and somehow managing to kill that super sweaty duelist. But then when it comes 1v1 time and I'm fighting him one-on-one, I'm most likely going to die because I don't most of the time. And that's primarily because I don't enjoy doing dueling content as a PvPer. I like the open world 1vx style because that's what I think is cool. So when it comes to dueling, I fall short. But when it comes to 1vxing, I can fight just as many people as I almost possibly can if I do it right, but there's so many factors. I can fight a lot of people at the same time pretty successfully, though.
Yeah.
But I suck at dueling, and that hasn't changed because I've never invested in getting better at it.
Yo, what up, Akasha?
Like, it depends on what you want to do, basically.
Hello, Anox. Yeah, it really does. It's a fun question though. It's a fun question, Aaron, because it's like a very common thing where people sometimes also have the entitlement as a gamer. And again, this might sound harsh to certain people, but some people really have to put a mirror in front of them and have to be really realistic about their expectations, the amount of effort they put in, and then what they want from the game. Because certain people are just simply saying, I've played the game for this long, how come I still cannot do this? This means the game is too hard. And that's like a straight up wrong conclusion, because you have taken away so many factors that play at hand. So you're just gonna accumulate time and then expect some kind of result out of time. That's not how stuff works.
The single largest factor to being an efficient player or PvPer at ESO is using your brain. Okay? A lot of people are like, oh, how do you get good at ESO? They just want to come in here and pub stomp like they see other people doing or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's not the case. Like, I'll be streaming, right? And early on in the stream, like maybe 3 hours into my streams, I'll be getting some of the best gameplay, pulling off some of the best plays that you'll probably see from some random stranger on the internet. Like, I am cooking with my gameplay and I am doing. But as the stream mellows out and we go 5-6 hours into the stream, maybe around the 5 or 4 hour mark, my brain phases out and I'm not focused on the game anymore. And then I just start taking stupid deaths over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, we were here, but now we're. ESO is very brain involved. Like, if I'm really focused, I can be one of the best players. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I can be incredibly dangerous. Because not only do I have those reaction times, but I also know all the things that I need to know.
Yeah,
but when I'm not focused, I'll tip over like a cow, no problem.
Yeah.
And that varies. That varies day to day. Okay, if you really want to get good at ESO, you have to use your brain, and I can't use all of mine because I get distracted. But when I'm dialed in, I can I could fight things I should not be able to fight.
Oh yeah, I've seen you play at
So if
certain
you're like a
times, and
super focused person in general, like you don't get distracted easy and it's very easy for you to pay attention to stuff. ESO is a great game for you to play. And that's
Yep.
why you'll see like a lot of, the quote unquote top players, they'll never really miss a beat with their gameplay, and that's because they're really, really focused.
Yep.
Versus I'm going in here, I'm gonna play casually, goof off with my friends.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to watch combos, incoming things, or whatever. And then you can talk about time once you get to that point because
Yep.
sure, you can be super focused, but then you need to know how to properly respond to something that's about to happen. Like, for example, people struggle with gankers a lot. The best thing you can do when you're about to get ganked, and you'll just learn this over time if you try new things when it happens, is just hold block. Most gankers can't get straight through block. I know this because I play
Yep.
one quite a bit. You can't really crack this. And then the other thing is you need to learn to hot swap potions and have a detect on hand at all times. Because yes, I want to use my tripod, but also I need my immovability and invis detect because Nightblades, as long as anything's invisible, it's still a problem. And especially as a streamer and stream snipers, goodness gracious, if a stream sniper catches me when I'm not focused, it's just game over. They can farm me all they want because I'm
Yep.
not focused. But if I'm like on my game and then after me, I have every chance in the world to stop it, and I normally do. But like ESO is a very brain intensive game, and it's a good and a bad thing at the same time. And
Oh
sure,
yeah.
there are builds you can make to make things more brainless. For example, meta builds. But even
Mhm.
then, if you still want to do well with it, you got to be a little bit focused.
Oh yeah, it's like I would actually love to hear your 2 cents on this, Epic. Like, I hate this sentiment because it's another big argument we hear when people are propagating for Vengeance being as awesome as it is. People literally do pretend that any player can just slot on the meta build and be successful. I think that's a ridiculous statement. It's so not true. You still have to be a good
To an
player.
extent,
No,
to an
yeah.
extent, it is.
So
Because meta builds, by definition, are most effective tactical advantage, right?
Yeah.
So what that means is you're eliminating as player input possibilities as possible to
Yes.
minimize the amount of work you need to do. So for
Yes.
someone who's a bot and doesn't know what they're doing, they just have to make sure they can do the bare minimum to do well. That's what meta builds are.
Well,
Yeah.
And then, like, sure, you need some level of competency to do that. And it does take a small amount of skill. But ESO, with its immense build crafting and system, you can minimize that skill to maybe a 5%, 10% margin, depending on what you're doing.
Well, so
Yeah.
I think this is really circumstantial, right? Like, so
It
kind
is,
of
it
in
is, it
between
is.
what both of what you're saying, like, right? Like, if you like what Epic was saying earlier, like with the subclassing, it raised the skill floor, but what he was pointing out is that there's still a difference between player skill level. And so, like, if you're, this is where this kind of, can make a difference, right? So if you're on a suboptimal build, and unfortunately I'm in the category of like Kamul, like where I intentionally hold myself back and play builds that are like trash, you know what I mean? Like I run like really goofy setups and stuff on purpose, because I want to play a particular kind of way, but that, when you have a situation like that, a meta build can make the difference up between that.
I don't know him, but
you have an
his
unskilled
Discord
player
name is
versus a skilled
God.
player, just because there's so much incoming damage or
Squirrel.
mitigation that you're having to deal with to overcome because of the difference in skill. But that being said, what happens with most people is that like they'll get a meta build and then they'll run in a Zerg, and then you're just dealing with like the worst
20 spec
like
bows.
yeah, like extreme. Yeah, it's just it's nonstop spec bows. You're like, I hate my life right now. This game is trash. But what happens is that they might be on a meta build, but if you're able to peel one of those jokers out, like you'll just smoke them. Because they don't know how to. They like great. They know how to hit a couple of buttons, but they don't know where like how to heal or maintain their buffs or use line of sight or line up a combo or heavy attack weave or so on and so forth. Like just like a bunch of other things that you have to actually learn how to do to play PvP effectively. And the only way to do that actually is to just get out there and basically be willing to get your face smashed in repeatedly for hours and hours and hours. And you're like, oh, what did we learn here? That's bad. Don't do that. Like look out for siege. watch where you're positioning. Don't, make your decisions. Which is one of the things that I noticed when I first started watching like Epic and watching other streamers' content. I would be watching them and I'd be like, why aren't they going to secure that kill? Why aren't they running in there to do that?
Oh, I still have to work
you know,
on trigger discipline.
listen,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
all right, like you're talking to like Mr. Toppling Charge here. So like, but
Oh, yeah.
but like,
Even I
like,
struggle with it. Is
I have
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
curse.
I'm so bad with it, but like
Yep.
I would sit there and wonder like why are you doing that? And it's because you're paying attention to your resources. You're watching like the movements of the rest of the team versus like what I want. That's a much higher level of like gameplay. That now you're watching somebody play chess in 3D, like
Yeah.
at this in 4D at this point. When you see that, and that's the kind of decisions like when you see like, so watching other people will significantly help you.
Oh,
And
yeah.
what was it, Aaron was making a comment, they need to have better facilities. Well, I agree that they need to
Oh,
have
yeah,
better
sure.
facilities.
They
but-
do. Then they
but-
have.
but-
I'm sorry to interject, but they have, and they've done that in the past, and then they just take it away.
Well,
Yeah.
what ends up, but what that should be is it should be like MMR, right? Like so that you're not getting like like matched up against people who are like so significantly better than you. Because if you're instantly dead, you're not really learning anything. You
Nope.
know what I mean? If you're just getting zerged to death, you're not really learning anything.
I
You're
also
learning.
I
Yeah,
also
go
do
ahead.
want to add on top of the problem, like, yes, it's obviously also MMR that if you're gonna face like a lot of good players, I also think the entire like time to kill and the burst potential and all these things have just gone out of hand in this game.
I like the
In-
high
in the-
time to kill. I just wish it was without subclassing.
Yeah.
Because with this high time to kill, even those tanks that normally would pose a problem to you, that can literally just
That's the
around you and
counter.
make
That's the
fun of you.
counter argument.
You can take them out nowadays with the right lineup.
That's the
of a
counter
combo.
argument, but
But
like
it makes it hard for everyone
to-
else to
to-
do the same thing.
to the point of not learning anything from having very quick deaths. Like if they could find a way, and now we're talking like hypothetical, and I'm dreaming because they're never gonna do that. But if there was a way, because again I'm going back to that point of having the illusion. If you have a fight with someone and you bring someone to relatively lower health, and then in that same time the other person kills you, gives you a satisfaction of feeling where you're like, wait, maybe if I try again I can actually get him. The way ESO combat is set up now, with like every aspect of power being exponentially bigger and bigger, the damage is bigger, the healing is bigger, the tankiness is bigger, everything is bigger, you miss those integral differences between being close to a win and not being close to a win. And it's a constant, in most fights, it's a constant reset of the full fight and trying your full burst, if you know what I mean. And this, maybe I worded
Basically,
wrong,
what
but
he's
do you
trying
get
to
what I'm
say is
saying?
everyone, in order to really compete in PvP, needs to have ganker levels of damage somewhere in their build.
Yeah,
And whenever you get ganked by someone, you don't learn anything. You're like, oh, a guy came out of stealth and killed me instantly. What am I supposed to do?
exactly. That's
Like,
how a lot of the
there's
fights
little to
feel
no
right now.
counterplay to it, and even me, it's still hard to deal with people. But playing a ganker a lot gives me an idea of when they're going to strike and how they're
Yeah.
going to do it, if they're
Obviously,
proficient
yeah.
enough. And then I don't need to worry about all the other, like, I don't need to worry about
Of course,
the people that are trying to learn how to gank or haven't done it before. I need to worry about the ones that know what they're doing, and I have to think like them to counter them. And then at that point, if you want to learn to counter something, you should play it.
Yeah.
Even if it's the meta, but
Yeah.
you'll just come to find that the meta doesn't have any shortcomings, and there's not a lot you can do other than just beat them to the punch with a damage combo.
Because yeah, go on.
I was gonna say Kamul like really hit on something there too, and that's how things feel matters. Like,
Yeah.
And he's mentioned that actually several times, and I think if you just listen to that, you're thinking, well, what difference does it actually make? Well, it makes a lot of difference because it really
It
has
makes all the difference.
it makes all the difference actually because you know, if you're a new player and you just keep getting your face smashed, like, and there's no opportunity for you to like really learn or feel like you're engaged or you had a chance to begin with, it's demoralizing, and
It is.
it doesn't encourage you to want to come back and play. And that's even worse when you're dealing with extremely toxic players who are like sending you hate messages and like being really nasty, like for no reason. You know, it's just like
Constantly
that.
sweating you down.
Yeah, just like
Yeah,
being
yeah.
super like nasty about stuff. And then you're also just getting your face smashed. You're like, why do I want to go to PvP? And this is why when you watch streams like this, or streams like with the devs talking when they were doing their little Twitch stream the other day, there was like people in the comments. If you go back, I don't even know if you can still see the comments for when they were playing. But if you look at the comments for it, like there's people like, can we get some like input from like real PvP players? You know, and the reason it's like it's almost like to PvE people, like it's like PvP is like a mysterious like other world that they don't even venture into
yeah.
because they're terrified. I jumped in a group with in a group chat with some people the other day, and they went into like IC for the first time, and they were like huddled together, and they're like, okay, we're going through the door, all right, we're going left, all right, we're moving to the flag, and they were like petrified of going into PvP because of the, you know, it's like a whole new event. It was like really wild for me to
We're exploring
like,
the new world.
yeah, to for me to have this. I'm like, so how long have you been playing this game? Like, this is all like I only ever play PvP. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about, you know. And it's kind of like the equivalent perhaps of you know, trying to go into like a super sweaty trial guild where they're like, parse your, you know, send me your clears, you know, and they're like, you're doing terrible, you know. It's just like, okay, it's like a kind of the inverse of that toxic environment. Makes it sort of hard to interact. But yeah, I think Kamul's point, you know, how it feels matters actually a lot.
It matters so much because like I come from playing so many different MMO, and for example in WoW, I struggled with the same problems I struggle with in ESO, right? I'm just not the best gamer. There's nothing wrong with me physically, by the way, let that be clear. I'm just not the best gamer. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest about that. And if you don't believe me and just think I'm trying to be a humble person, I said this yesterday to my chat as well. If we want to talk about real life sports, I'm fucking arrogant as fuck. I'll challenge anyone in the chat to any physical game, and I take my chances and think I'm really, really good at it. So it's not about me trying to be humble or something. I just know myself. I'm not a great gamer, right? So I struggled with the same in World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft did something right. It's obviously inherently a different combat, right? But what World of Warcraft did very well is that there was a feeling that even though the player was outgearing you, outskilling you, you could still do stuff. You could still stun them and be like, oh wait, I actually freaking stunned them just there. You could still have like a offensive skill coming out of there, and you actually saw their health go down. You were like, ooh, that actually felt quite good. I did some damage to this very good player. In ESO, that feeling right now in the current balance feels like it's not there, especially coming in as a new player or being a casual and whatnot. And yeah, I think that's extremely demoralizing, and people underestimate what it means to have an illusion to win. If you have the illusion to win, you just keep trying. And I think that was better in the older days of ESO. Because when I just started, I remember very well that I just played with my DK and I slotted on a bow because I thought that was cool, and I just stood on top of a wall and I shot at people.
Bro.
And sometimes I went into like a melee fight, and I was such a bad player, like thinking about it now and looking at it now, but I still always had a feeling that I could, you know what? If I could fight this guy 10 more times, I might actually kill him.
It's
Realistically,
it's like a Dark Souls boss fight.
Yeah. Realistically, it's not true, probably. But I had that feeling, and right now, for example, we all know I'm not a big fan of subclassing, I'm not a big fan of the meta, and I've never been, right? And when I fight the meta right now, and I fight these extremely good players, it becomes more demoralizing for me even. I literally sometimes fighting a guy and I'm just doing everything right, I'm doing everything correct, and it still feels like I'm just doing absolutely fucking
enough.
nothing. I know I'm handicapping myself by playing the builds that I play. I know all of that, but still, give me the illusion that I'm at least doing something to this guy, because that's just joy. I'm not, and this is where you need to have the difference, because what a lot of people think that this argument means, like, oh, a casual player should have a higher chance against a veteran player. No, absolutely, that's not my argument. I do think someone with the better build and the better skill level should absolutely beat me 100 out of 100 times. The point I'm trying to make is, if you give me a feeling where I'm like, wait, maybe the 101 time will be my time, that's something you want to create in the game. And currently, with like how all the damage and everything grew exponentially, that feeling is more and more gone, and subclassing is another layer of that exponential power creep we're talking about. And I just think that is bad game design in general.
I had something to say. I'd like to add on to that, but I really need.
Need to what?
I forgot what I forgot what I was gonna say because I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
alright, all good. Hi, Epic community. Now me and Squirrel are the stream.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the chat here. It was 7 California Chopper was 7 years of no meaningful PvP updates, not loud enough. Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I took a break a while back. Not that I'm of any importance or anything. I'm just a representative, of the general lay ESO community. But I kind of just came to a conclusion, after a while, that I wasn't the player that they were looking for. They were building a game, but it wasn't for me. And because I was like, obviously they're not listening to anything that anybody that I know or who feels like me, is saying. And I got kind of frustrated, and I took a pretty significant break for several months because of it. It's just like I said, I realized, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not them, it's me. It's kind of kind of a thing. I feel like they're making a game that I used to like, but the changes that they're not making for me, and so I must not be their target audience anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is, the thing what confuses me is, what makes them think that the target audience that they're now aiming for is substantial long term? Because all the complaints people have always had about ESO, and they kind of got like fixed for that group of people, right? AKA, it has become more casual friendly and whatnot. And by the way, I'm not against the game being casual friendly. Let me state that very clearly. But if you keep making the game more casual friendly and whatnot, right? And you kind of remove the feeling for the people that want to take the game more serious, that there's not much for them anymore in the game. But all those people that have reached that point always started as a casual as well.
Right.
Yeah, everyone's
so
got to build up from somewhere.
That means that the natural design of the MMO environment was there set for you to be a casual, and then be on the crossroad to make your decision. Am I gonna stay a casual? Do I want to bring my PvP to another level? Do I want to bring my PvE to another level, or whatnot? We've all been through those decisions. We've all been casuals. We've all started somewhere. Why does, from a game development side, it make sense to remove that whole graduate journey of difficulty to implement an instant gratification, instant satisfaction, instant success to everyone, by them making spoiled with their results and they will
Like, I don't
never
even
be
have to
ready
farm for
for
mythics
growth.
anymore, bro.
Yeah,
I just pull up and kill the delve boss. It gives me the lead instead of having to run Dragonstar 20 times. I mean, I like that new system for, time's sake, but yeah, you're just handing things out.
Well, it kills the satisfaction of the reward, and Kamul understands this. He playing like Warcraft. There's something about doing a very long, that feel or having to do a very difficult like raids in this game. If you played Warcraft or you
Aaron,
played
thank
like
you so much.
like raids in this game
Thank you for the 2
like,
gifted. Thank you.
trials or whatever, like they're nothing. Like you're
Because
talking
I
about
like
like
them,
40
guys.
to 70 player like raids where
Good
you've
night,
got
Aaron.
like
Thank you so
really
much.
intricate like
Thank you.
mechanics that require I mean that's like when you get something out of it you feel like wow man, that was something that makes you, and it's something that you hang on to, and especially it's memories that you have of doing those things. It's a really foolish mistake in my opinion to ignore the in-game community, because those are the people who have I mean on one hand you could say, well, mathematically how much more am I going to get out of these people, like from a finance standpoint, and I'm constantly looking for new people. But if you don't have the retention, you have to have a varied response as a game designer. But I think to answer some of what you were saying, I don't actually think that it's from game design. Like I actually think it's coming from some corporate boardroom where they're just pushing, let's get new people to drive revenues and profits.
100%.
And they're not actually focused on the things that really drive revenues and which is making a good freaking game.
I'm
there's
convinced.
It's always been that.
I'm convinced that if they change game, I always call it gameplay loops. What I mean by a gameplay loop is something you log into the game for and you want to just keep playing. I think that's Battlegrounds. I think that's Dungeons. I think that is trials, those type of things, right? Those are gameplay loops. In a lot of those loops, Cyrodiil PvP, obviously IC PvP, all those gameplay loops have issues. A lot of issues that literally push people to stop playing because they don't enjoy the gameplay loop anymore.
Right.
I am convinced.
Just realized Payne pinned something.
Oh.
Pinned a comment. What did he pin?
I'm convinced that if they pay attention to those gameplay loops and improve those gameplay loops, that will bring in more revenue than some kind of new system or new content. I'm so convinced of that.
Well, look at it like this, like so.
Thank you, Ultra.
One of the things that
thank you.
I've been playing like Space Marine 2 since it came out. I'm playing it actually right now as we're talking. It's a fantastic game. The gameplay game. It's the gameplay loops, and if you listen to the dev, that's exactly what they talk about. They're like, we were concerned about making the gameplay loop really, really fun and enjoyable and satisfying. And mission accomplished. They've done it. Like the gameplay loop in this game is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's not super complicated. It's literally like we're just killing stuff. But it's so fun to kill them, and it's so like rewarding and satisfying to do so that I just want to keep doing it over, and they give you new stuff to grind and stuff, and that's really all anybody's looking for. I'm looking for new ways to do the same thing I was doing, basically. And sometimes it's good to push the boundaries into new things, like totally radical new ideas. But you shouldn't do that at the expense of what has already been working. That's just dumb. That's just a dumb plan. And I feel like they've done that. I feel like I think Kamul hit the nail on the head. I think there's a lot of errors and problems with the gameplay loops, and that goes for like server performance. That just goes for things that break the classes. Removing the immersion, removing the reward system, and putting everything in terms of crowns, like crown store like activities.
Ultra, thank you so
all of that just like it doesn't feel good. It doesn't make me want to log in. It doesn't make me
oh my god,
show off the thing that I earned or whatever. You know, it just doesn't feel good. And
Guys, you get
and
discount
it
on
kind of
5
just
for
comes
more
back again
subs.
to how does it feel? And if
Thank
it's
you so
not
much, Ultra.
rewarding, and pretty much at this point, I think the only thing that is really like holding ESO together, in my opinion, is nostalgia, sunk cost fallacy, and communities. You know, the communities in this game are
I
extremely
want to add
strong.
another layer. In ESO's case specifically, it's an Elder Scrolls game.
Oh yeah, well that's yeah. Well, and that kind of adds to some of the you know, nostalgia, I think, because it's tangentially, you know, and that's how I found it. I'm like most people. I loved Skyrim, and I'm like, oh, it's Skyrim Online, you know, and of course it's not. But,
I'm actually one of the few that went from the other angle. I was an MMO enjoyer. I was literally watching an World of Warcraft video on YouTube, and I got the one Tamriel ad. And I kid you not, I was watching the ad, which was playing like this some kind of like cinematical thing. And I was like, whoa, this actually looks quite cool. Let me check it out.
Did it have PvP in it? The ad?
I'm not. I think so. Yeah. I
It had to have if it was one Tamriel.
I think it was some kind of trailer where you just see a bunch of like you know, the typical ZeniMax gameplay without any UI and just light attacking bullshit, and then it had some text over it of like open world PvP story and whatnot, like a bunch of those buzzwords, something like that. And I was like, oh wait, this actually looks really fucking interesting. And then I downloaded it. I obviously played Skyrim as well, but that was not my angle. My angle was from, oh, wait, this might actually be cool, because WoW kind of fell still at that period of time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how I got in the game. But yeah, I think most people come here from an Elder Scrolls mind.
I mean, I still remember, speaking of nostalgia, I still remember the first time I like went into Cyrodiil and was like, I was just in awe of the like everything that was going on. It's full scale pitch battle, you know, and it was just you know, people on siege, and it was wild, and I miss that, you know what I mean? Like I miss that feeling of being like involved in that kind of activity. And I don't know, I know like they're trying to sort of recapture that by making, you know, Vengeance and making the game playable again. But it definitely it just doesn't feel the same. In some ways, slowing the game down actually might
Guys, we have 2 minutes left on the live train.
I remember, like, you know, you just
we
didn't
need
have
4 more subs to take it to another level. 5 plus subs will have a discount.
I mean, of course, back then,
who are in the call?
You know, Snipe was so good.
Scroll and Epic.
You know, it was like a gazillion people just spamming Snipe, and I was one of them because I didn't know what I was doing. Either, and I was just like in the back, you know, the traditional like Khajiit, like you know, stealth archer, of course.
Bro, that's like my first experience.
I played Skyrim stealth archer, bro. It's OP.
Like, I was a Nightblade with a bow and spamming Snipe, yes.
And it was, but I mean, it
I was
felt
a DK
good.
doing that.
Yeah, it was I don't know. ESO is a unique game. It really is.
It really is.
There's nothing else really like it. They have at this point some things that would be really hard to recreate or even recapture in a different game, just due to all of the development and the world building that they've done. And that's I think that's why in some ways it's really frustrating. You know, even as a PvP player, like I really appreciate all the PvE content because it makes the world feel really full. And it does add something to the overall gameplay. Going to see new stuff gives me something to take a break sometimes if I want to go do something else and go explore something. I think the housing system is really good, but as Kamul noted, I'm also frustrated by the constantly limited spaces and stuff. You know, those kinds of things, you know, they could really continue to capitalize on, and I think it would. I still think there's a lot of life left in ESO if they wanted it to have it.
If you look at it from a PvP point as well, like when the new BGs came, if you like them or not, if you miss the old ones or not, there was a genuine buzz around it though. Lots of people were playing it and whatnot. And I said it in those first weeks, I said, oh my god, this has such potential. This can be so much fun, but they have to keep working on it.
Yeah.
They did exactly the opposite. They haven't touched it.
Right.
And what are we ending up now? We're almost at the same point as with the old 4v4s, where we're joining the BG and we fight the same 30, 40 people that queue up for the BGs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, who here doesn't like get into a BG and immediately open up the player tab to see who's there?
Yep.
I mean, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm looking, I'm trying to size up how this fight is going to go. I'm like looking at my team. I'm like, do I know any of these people?
Yep.
Nope, these are question marks. I see a number of players
That
on the other
shouldn't even
team I
be a thing.
recognize. Yeah, that's a terrible sign. It's a sign that there's not enough players.
Yeah.
I
And in
shouldn't
the
be
beginning,
able to
when
identify
BGs
people.
in the
like that.
beginning when BGs just launched, there was just a constant wave of like new people, new fights. That it felt so diverse, and it, if they, like you say, if they capitalize on that, they could have, because it was a gameplay loop and it had problems from day one. It had the big queuing issue, you know, where you got kicked out of the BG after 5 minutes of not filling up. It had all kinds of issues. The Capture the Relic was immediately called a problematic game mode for the way it was programmed right now. Death matches were called imbalanced instantly. The 4v4s were insanely imbalanced. People found out within weeks, oh, the meta to cheese the leaderboard, make a healer in a 4v4 and you get all the rewards within like a couple cycles of resetting the leaderboards.
That was the case in the last BGs too. You could get like 10,000 score in a 6-minute BG just healing.
Yeah. And
that's always been the case.
And those issues are there. Everyone acknowledges them, except for the game themselves. They don't, or they refuse to acknowledge. They just don't fix it, and they just let, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, they just, I'm sorry for using these dramatic words, but they are gonna make these BGs die. These BGs are gonna die eventually. It's gonna literally be the same couple of people who are the only ones playing, and then sometimes some people will log in for the quick daily and whatnot. You will always have that dynamic a little bit where people play the daily. But I remember the first couple of weeks when they're coming out, I was playing on EU until 1 or 2 in the middle of the night, and so many different players kept playing the BGs because it was fun and new and fresh. And that's, can you imagine if they fixed the BG gameplay loop where it's you join the BG and you know that most of the times you're gonna have fun.
Yeah,
you could play that infinite.
BGs should be such an easy win for them because it's already like a very controlled system.
Yes.
From the outset, they should be able to just fix it. I mean, and I like having like more people in the game, and I also think it would be beneficial to have a third team just to balance things out, because one of the things that having a third team adds, yes, it can lead to two teams ganging up on a weaker team, but it can also lead to two strong teams fighting and then a weaker team being able to overcome stronger team because of the weakness created by one of the other teams. And so it creates the possibility for there to be changes, that can happen, because right now you still get one team being like overcoming another team, like just, but right now there's no opportunity for the intervention of a third team in the mix. And so having that extra dynamic, I think is significant and beneficial. But yeah, I mean, I think it seems like it would be such an easy win for them. Cyrodiil is a much bigger problem all around.
I think Cyrodiil is genuinely a victim of either on the monetary side of things, on like how much it costs and whatnot. Because again, maybe I'm the most naive human being on planet Earth. I don't believe that ZeniMax Online Studios had the plan to not do something fun with Cyrodiil for the past, I don't know how many years since the last time they added something there. I don't believe that. I'm sure they have wishes with it, dreams with it, stuff they wanted to do to Cyrodiil.
Right.
But I just feel that they can't. Because they realistically also can't. Like, sometimes we say, like, oh, we need, like, an actual content change into Cyrodiil. But then you're asking the PvPers, like, do we want that? And most likely the first reaction is like, aren't they gonna break Cyrodiil even more then?
Right. Well, but that goes back to the difference between, creating content and executing the creation of that content, which,
Yeah.
As we've discussed, like they keep producing like really like okay things or interesting ideas. Like
Nope.
Some of the solutions they come up with are like not bad. Like
Nope.
like you noted, like with the new BGs, like those aren't bad changes. Like I think the maps are more interesting. They're fun. Like but that all of that, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that like they just stopped. They just
Yep.
like, and we're done. It's like, okay, well, you just go a little bit further. That'd be great. It's
Yeah.
you gotta, and it's kind of the same thing. What we said earlier and what Epic was saying. It's just a lack of following through. With their design and new systems that they're putting in.
Yeah.
In the case for a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just weird. I mean, that's a weird thing, to have a
It
problem
really
with.
is.
For as much money and talent as they have, it's like you guys,
It's really weird.
what are you doing exactly? Like,
I generally think
how
it's
did this happen or not happen?
I generally think it hits on the point that you made earlier as well, or was it you or was it Grim? I don't remember who was making the point. About like it being more like a corporate decision, or no,
Oh,
wait,
yeah,
it
that
was Epic talking to, I don't remember. Anyway, but more like it's like they need to do something, so they come up with this something, and then they need to do something next year instead of
Right.
actually
Oh, right.
fixing.
Well, they're sitting on subclassing as a rainy day solution.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because you could even argue Battlegrounds is something like that. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
we clearly cannot fix Cyrodiil. We cannot make IC more interesting or whatnot. Whatever their issue is there. Let's do these BGs, and then it's like an unfinished product, which on itself is already an issue. But secondly, an unfinished product could still be finished, but they just refuse to do so.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the subclassing. I just want them to like follow through with it, but I'm concerned that they're not going to, and the fact that they seem to be not doing anything with it, like they launched
for at least half a year, we're not gonna see any significant changes to subclassing. That's already set in stone. It's fucking depressing.
And that's a to me that's from a business standpoint, right?
It's
like
horrible.
I'm in business, right? So like if I'm making a product or something like that, I'm gonna be thinking about my customer, like who wants this? What problem am I solving? I'm not gonna like launch an unfinished product and then be like, and now we're not gonna give you
the
like
new
any
Apple glasses preview.
like no update or anything. Like,
that's a great example. Oh, we're gonna
service.
try and push a new product. It just doesn't work. It needs to stay on. It needs to cook a little longer.
Yeah, but I mean, like to make a change like that with no plan for it, it just seems like an enormous risk. Like from a business standpoint, like I would never do that. Like I'd never be like
it doesn't make sense.
You have to take risks in business. That's what you have to do. In order to stay competitive and stay afloat. But you want to take calculated risks. You don't want to just take blind risky risks. So you're just like, I don't know what's going to happen. Let's just see what happens and throw a hand grenade.
We can do it now, actually.
Like, oh, I mean,
shall we do it now? I think I can talk with them while doing the pledge.
I mean, I guess
not at the state that they're currently in.
Well, so I mean, I guess that depends on how you look at it. If they're only looking at their bottom line, all they have to do is release another Timber Mammoth and they're back in business. For another few months. You know what I mean, or however much. I don't know.
Ultra. Ultra, thank you so
I know they
much
just got
again.
rid of a bunch
Thank
of
you,
people.
thank you for the 5
But
gifted
it's
subs,
just
for the
like
100
that.
bits.
You
Thank you so much, man.
if that's all they're looking at, I think that's more depressing to me, than anything else. It's just like if that's, because then at that point there is no more passion,
Where's
for
Grim
the
at?
game.
Oh, he had to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I'm the knockoff Grim. Sorry.
Yeah, I replaced Grim with
I'm
two
the
people.
wannabe Grim.
Yeah, I'm the Timo Grim.
I only had planned to
Or
stream
Timo
for
or
like
whatever
2
it is.
hours and then cut the stream off and then go
Oh, that
make
was
a
Juggy
video.
US. Yeah, what up, Juggy?
But it turned into all this, and I figure I keep it going because we have some good discussion here, and these are worth talking about.
Yeah.
And primarily, it's because I do myself, with all the changes, want to start distancing myself from ESO, especially after seeing the latest update. Like,
So
lack of
sad,
update.
man.
no, update 48. Like, they can't even do a generic bug fix patch properly without making the game crash all the time, and then removing and ruining all animations that literally no one asked for a change on, to the point where they just look so bad that ESO just looks like it's going backwards in terms of its identity.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Like it's literally just regressing.
Feels bad. Like goes back to it feels bad. Like this is a change that makes the combat feel really, really bad. I haven't even played it. I just looked at your stream and knew that was trash. Like I'm not excited.
You can see the jitteriness on the heavy attacks, and even the light attack weaves look at plays.
Well, and it looks
look
like
unfinished.
it looks like it's gonna be hard to actually, like it's gonna have, even though it's supposed to be just a visual thing.
You want to
it's
join
gonna
Red
make
Fox?
it difficult to time things.
Or no?
Without
Yeah, it already messes with the weaving.
Yeah, because I mean you're expecting certain visual cues.
Yeah.
And when you don't see those, you're going to be wondering, did this go off? Did this not go off? That I mean, I don't know. It's going to be, it's janky. It's janky at best. Like another not so great decision, I think, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking sad. Like I said, like I don't want to make it more dramatic than it is, but this is genuinely the first time I'm genuinely anxious about what the fuck the future is going to be. Especially, this is gonna sound maybe like a bit selfish, but I've been in the most ridiculous fortunate position of starting streaming a year ago, and I've grown to levels.
I know, it's been crazy.
I've never even dreamt of reaching this. It's a fucking dream coming true, and now it's now I'm like, wait, are they just gonna take this away from me now? What the fuck?
Yeah, they are. Like, I just hit 10K subs too, and I'm like, what?
Cause I know everyone keeps saying like, yeah, it doesn't matter what game you play, we'll follow you. That's not how it works. Some people will, but that's not how it works. And
like, look at this one-sided VG. I just want you to take a second.
Yeah.
I have 5 points. 5.
Yeah.
Like, they're not even leaving spawn anymore, I don't think. I don't even want to hit them. Why are you heavy attacking me? Oh, there's 2 of them. If I win this fight, I'm not gonna feel good.
But yeah, it's kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of sad.
I'm just gonna let that guy go. The game's already over. Yeah, and like for me, like I said, I want to try and move on to other content that's not ESO related at this point, because like ESO, as much as I've had a passion for it in the past, like just watching it fail like this or go in the direction I don't want to see it go is, and the analogy I put in my video that I was probably going to make today, it's probably now going to be a little bit because I want to adjust some talking points, but it's like growing up and watching your best friend get cancer, become hospitalized, bedridden, and unable to, and you go and you visit him from time to time just to make sure that he's okay, but you just kind of know that long-term cancer and his chances of beating it are slim to none. And that's kind of what ESO has turned into. It's like, I grew up with this game, I really love like playing it from time to time. It's fun, but I just continue to see the changes and the progression of its health, and it's just so depressing to watch in real time.
Well, and I think what makes it even more frustrating than that is that all of this was completely avoidable.
Yes,
This is
100%.
like a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You know what I mean? It's just like, what have you done? Like, why did you do this to yourself? Like, I don't understand why you're like this is. I know that the company owns this game, right? And they get to ultimately make the decisions for it.
And they
But at
should.
this point, like, and at this point though, like we've we've been co-opted into this. We are the it's like a relationship. You know what I mean? Like, and so as the players, like we've invested time and money and effort into this game, and I'm thankful for the time and the effort and the people that we've got to meet
100%.
along
Definitely
the
the
way.
friends I've made.
100%, yeah.
But at the same time, like watching them like just self-destruct for no obvious reason and in ways that don't sometimes, at least from where I'm sitting, make financial sense. Like, I'm like, why would you do that? Like, what? How do you think that
I
taking
want
this
the game to
short
do
road
good,
on? Yeah, like how
but
do you
it
think
just
taking
is
the short
seeking
road on this?
self-destruction.
Yeah, on this,
It's
like
short.
you just
It just keeps going for the short-term gain and then the long pain kind of road.
Yeah.
Like they're not thinking a couple steps ahead, even though that they say they're planning updates in advance. It really
Yeah.
doesn't seem like it, because if you were, you'd consider what things would do. But
You know
then
what I
again,
would
that would require you
low-key
to
hoped?
fundamentally know your game.
You know what I would have low-key hoped? That I would have been the outlier, that all these changes were just be like, oh my god, they just hate whatever I do, but the game is doing well. I would have
right.
been like, okay, this makes sense, right? But if I look at the fucking numbers, I'm still playing. But so many people are not anymore. So who the fuck are they chasing away if it's not even me? And
yeah, and you don't even
I
have to look at the
feel
numbers.
like I'm
Just
getting
go
chased
into-
away.
Just go into any of the PvP zones. You know what I mean? Even during like prime time, they're not even close to what they were.
Yeah, it's kind of rough to find a fight.
I mean, as we noted before, I mean, go into BGs, and it's like I know like half the people in there, and I'm like,
unarmed?
that's not, not that I'm unhappy to know, like, hey, look, we're playing with my friends or whatever, but like,
bro just has a knife in his hand and is running around on a sword and board. What? What? This guy's having the time of his life. I'm not gonna look at this guy though. He looks pretty sweaty. Sorry, go on.
he's like, I love this game. And if you're a new player, you probably don't even know like what we're talking about either. Like that's the crazy thing. Like you're just like, oh, there's so much to do here, and it's like, yes, but they've gutted.
Yeah.
They've
and it's
gutted
cool.
the.
It's cool. They shouldn't care. They really shouldn't.
And I hope they have a great time. But it's just like cutting. Like they've gutted the the end game.
Yep.
And it's just like why I don't know.
Yeah.
Like trying to avoid people I know are just like they're just here for the golden pursuit.
Yeah, I keep wanting to log in for that, but even that's hard at this point. I'm like 50 keys, bro. Like, but then I'm like,
yeah, it's nice. It's the only golden pursuit I've actively doing since the
keys,
Nord costume.
That's a lot. And it comes out when I'm
keys
trying to get Black Gem Monstrosity as a shoulder piece.
I know, and I'm like, why? I don't know.
But honestly, it's like I'm looking at the next update, and you're completely justified not wanting to get on, because I'm probably not going to play myself next update if it goes live, even though.
Yeah. And even another fun layer towards like saying, oh, new players might still be having fun and whatnot. And this is not even exaggeration, and maybe you've noticed the same, Epic. Before subclassing got released and at the beginning of subclassing, I had a lot of conversations about it and debates about it. Obviously, me being super critical about it and whatnot. I had so many people saying how much they love it and it's so good and whatnot. Half of them are not even playing anymore. So
I told my audience the exact same thing. I had
So-
a few people, and namely, if Yankee's in chat, he was super excited about subclassing, but he primarily does trading. So I
yeah,
think it was just because it got him interested in the combat again. But I told them, yeah, I'm having a great time making builds in the PTS and whatnot too. I'm having a good coming up with funny ideas, putting spec
Yeah.
bow on everything I possibly can. But even I know, just because I have common sense, this cannot last and it won't last.
yeah, and
Like, sure, have fun with it while it's here, but then once it's gone, you'd be like, well, there you go. I
and
told you
that's
this
why
was
player
coming.
feedback is so useless in a way as well. Because how many people have said how much they loved it, and they obviously take that as positive feedback. So they're like, "Oh wait, this is actually like, because I remember a lot of like polls people made, and I did a couple of polls as well. It was quite
Oh,
like
man, I thought I could get him.
50-50 in a lot of cases. I dare to say, right now it's definitely more and more people are not a big fan of it anymore.
Look at this.
Y'all reminded me I need to log in and do my daily shenanigans.
What is this?
50
VG,
keys,
bro?
bro.
What is that?
My gameplay loop is log in and do the dailies and log out. That's my gameplay loop.
That was the laggiest Dawnbreaker my
Look at
entire
what's
life.
in Crown's store and not like it, and then move on with my life.
Yep. Be moderately disappointed. Oh no, I'm dead. Hold on.
Minorly inconvenienced.
Nope, I still love it, and I don't use assassination. Yeah, but like, I love many things about this game, and I hate many things about the game.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not even our place to hold that as any authority of an opinion. The fact is that subclassing has changed the game in a significant way that people are literally leaving the game. So
well, let's be clear
deal with
about
that.
something. The only reason anybody's complaining about it is because we like it. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't even bother to complain about it. We would have already
Yeah.
left. Like
Yeah,
we're
which
like,
has been the
this
case
is
in the past. I've just not complained about stuff because I've just lost the ability to care about it
And that's
before.
worse.
Like, it's happened before.
Yeah. That's worse. People should care.
But it's like they've built this for themselves because I want to care and share my feedback, and they say so much that, oh yes, your feedback is valuable, and then we don't see it ever.
feedback is valuable.
Like, oh, we're listening to you. Are you? I still feel
Are
like
you?
you haven't heard a
And
single word I've said.
Are you? Yeah, because I feel like you
the same is gonna happen to Vengeance. A lot of the people that are now giving like
People are like,
positive
oh,
feedback
I'm
about
really
it, they
gonna
are
like
not playing
Vengeance.
Vengeance in half a year.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, I'd love Vengeance as a full-time campaign, and I've told them, no, you won't. You won't like it.
Well, here's the
Trust
thing.
me, you
Like
won't.
I really think they need to go back to a no proc Cyrodiil kind of a setup. I think that was a pretty good, like, where you still
Yeah.
have sets. It makes some of the
But no
old
one
sets.
played
I know.
it.
But the reason I say that is because I think that it still allows some build diversity. It makes some of the old. I'm not saying like that necessarily as the main thing, just as its standalone campaign. Where you can still like you can go in, you can play, you can get, it tones things down a little bit. I think it would fix some of the lag issues, depending on how they tuned it, or it could fix some of the lag issues. But it would still allow like variability in build design, and setup, because that's the gameplay loop for PvP that's interesting about this
Yeah.
game. It's not just that I'm playing the game or whatever, but it's that I have the option to go in and play, and try new things. It keeps things fresh. And it keeps it at an individual level interesting. But yeah, I don't know. And I think that for that exact reason, even though I kind of like some of the aspects of Vengeance, which I mean, I typically run Alien King, right? So, Vengeance is sort of like in my wheelhouse, like in that regard. But it's just like a huge stat buffs and let me play my class. Like that's all I really want to do anyway. So that's not a big deal for me. But even even if that's the case, I'm still probably going to get bored with Vengeance after a while.
Yeah.
Just for the lack of diversity.
We got bored of it after 3 days of the second test. Like,
Right.
did you notice that?
Yeah.
You go into Vengeance, first 2 days would be kind of popping. There'd be people in there, and then quickly, very
Golden
quickly, there was
Pursuit.
just no one in there,
The
and it was
Golden
just like the
Pursuit.
PTS. Yeah, once people
It's-
knock out the Golden Pursuits, and then they're just gone.
It's crazy. And even
Well-
more funny, I did like a very sarcastically scientific research the last Vengeance, where I was going into first person and roam around the big cirque, because everyone was saying, I'm having so much fun, this is so much fun, I feel like I'm having an impact and whatnot. I was literally checking out what people were doing, and I kid you not, like you can probably watch the VOD back, like hundreds of people doing nothing. I'm not even exaggerating. They're not even like clicking on a buff. They're not even
It's just
light
following a
attacking.
bunch of other
They're
people.
just doing fuck all. And these people give feedback that they are having fun playing a video game. That's not playing a video game. That's just watching a spectacle unfold.
It's
Which is
being a bot.
cool and all. You know, I can imagine it is still fun being roaming around. It's like watching a freaking medieval movie, but then being in the middle of it and you can control the camera. It's still fun. I get that, but is that something we realistically want as a gameplay?
Right.
It's
Like, what are you
stupid.
giving feedback on exactly? You know, it's just, you know.
Oh, it's
yes,
fun.
It looks
Okay,
great.
cool. Why is it fun? Why do you think it's fun? Please tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, you know, the game looks great. Like, the art designers for this game are fantastic. The design team is fantastic.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
the one
nobody's-
thing I'll constantly say. It does an amazing job.
Nobody's
every time.
disputing that, but that hasn't changed from day one.
Nope.
You know, but it's the rest of
Notice
the
how
stuff.
no one complains about the art direction of the game though either,
Ever,
because it's
yeah,
done
the
right.
game
Like, if
looks
you do
amazing.
your job right, no one should be talking about it. No one should
Right.
notice, which I
Yep.
know is kind of like hard to think about, but that's just how it is. Like, if someone is coming to give you food and serve you food at a restaurant, you don't need them to, you know, you only start complaining when they're not doing a good job.
Yeah.
If they do everything that you need to get you the food, it's on time, stuff, you have no complaints, right? But when they start slacking and they're not taking your order properly, like, oh, I thought you ordered this, or slow either getting your food out, or, you know, they're like, oh, but you should try this instead. Basically, they're not there to serve you. They're just like arguing with you instead. Like, of course, you're going to complain about it because you're supposed to be doing your daggum job.
Yeah, it's kind of like airlines. Like, there's never a good reason for the airlines to be in the news. Like, it's always bad. Like, it's nothing good is coming from that, because there's no reason for if everything's working correctly, they shouldn't be in the news. Like, so it only means something bad has happened. Like, at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying though, Reds. Reds is saying like, no, actually, you should talk positively about it. Yeah, of course.
We should, yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying, most people don't. That's not how most people engage in things.
Well, I can tell you one thing. The only positive I'm seeing here is that, you know, I have fun for maybe an hour, and then I don't have fun for as long as I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, I only really ever have fun if I'm hanging out with other people. Like, it's not even based on the game anymore.
Yeah, I said the same on my stream.
I'm having fun with other people, so I can't really say anything good about being impressed or whatever.
Yeah, I said the same.
I'm really not.
I think if I wasn't streaming, and my stream wasn't as much fun, and I'm having so much fun, like doing all the stuff with the community, like the events I'm organizing and whatnot. If that was not the case, I probably would have quit the subclassing patch.
Same. If I didn't have a YouTube channel, I would have probably stopped around update 35.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying before. It's like, it's nostalgia, it's sunk cost fallacy, and it's communities. Like, it's the communities that hold the game together. I mean, that's always been the case. Like, you know somebody for a period of time, and it's unique in MMOs. The communities that you have in MMOs are unique.
Exactly.
They're not like other games. Like, and that's part of the reason why it's such a, you know, it's so hard sometimes to leave, because it's almost like leaving a kind of family. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
It
people.
is. It is.
Spend a lot of time with people. You know,
It
talking
is.
to them and getting to know them. And
That's
it's
why I
like,
had that
you know,
dark analogy earlier.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
well,
Hey, is your Grease Blade 1VX Stamina Nightblade still viable? Yes, because base Nightblade is still decent. It will work. It's not going to compete as well as something like Assassination Animal Companions and blah, blah. But it'll still work.
Reds. I'm
Got any more discussion
do you wanna
points,
do
or
the
you all
thing?
worn out?
Do you wanna do the pledges? Nothing that really jumps to mind right now. The conversation was just naturally going from subject to subject.
Well, then, have you been on the PTS for update 48 yet? No?
I've never been on PTS. That's my
You should probably install it and go check it out for yourself, and then tell me what you think.
yeah.
they still haven't changed it to where you can just like access stuff, or you still have to go through those weird chests now.
Yeah, that was my main talking point when I filled out the survey, is why did you take the questions away from us?
Yeah.
So
It takes me 20
I
minutes to
gave
set
the
up builds
feedback
and
that you needed
characters.
different client downloaded and installed and all of that. That's literally what's holding me. I'm not in the mood to download it and do the client and the yeah. I know I'm weird. I'm lazy, but
it's not that bad, but it is
it
like
isn't. It's a step.
it is
It's
an
a step
extra
I don't want to
yeah.
take. If the
Which
button
is
was
why
there, PCNA, PCEU, or PCPTS, I would have probably
Yeah.
been on PTS all the fucking time. I'm not even kidding.
But
it's
I mean,
stupid.
that's why it's so weird that they decided to like make it so hard to give feedback, because anybody who like has ever tried to solicit feedback knows that getting people to respond to you is like next to impossible, even with incentives. Like, so like making it so that you have to have like multiple steps to like go through a survey and email and all that stuff to get feedback, just it
It's
smacks of not wanting it. Actually, like I don't act like I'm only doing this to like, you know, say that I did it, but not because I actually want to hear what you have to say, which kind
Yeah.
of tracks, you know, and you know, with the it feels like with the responses that we get from them.
I want better communication so bad, and the few times they have good, yes, finally, but we never get anything actually like relatively decent or
yeah.
too impressive.
I was actually being like I saw that they were gonna do their Q&A thingy on Reddit. I was like, this might actually be interesting, you know? They at first I was very pessimistic and I thought like, oh, they're gonna cherry pick the questions. You know, the typical questions of like, what is your main class, Mr. Developer? And then answering like, oh, my passion is playing a Templar. I thought it was gonna be a thing like that. Which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to be lightheaded and just talk about cool stuff that you like and whatnot. But that was my first initial thought, and then I saw the questions that were being asked, and then I was like, hold on, they're actually responding to these questions. It made me very hopeful, and then reading the answers, I was like,
I was gonna say, then you're disappointed, and you're like,
God.
yeah, yes, and then all of your hope was crushed instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
The,
yeah, again,
the
like
lack
that's
of awareness that they have about how the game mechanics work,
it's
or the impact that it's going to have on players seems to be so, they're so out of touch with things. It's just like, I don't even know. It's like, do you even, again, it kind of tracks, right? Like, you're like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense why we're getting the weird decisions that we're getting. Because it's like, yeah, well, you didn't understand what was going on. But it also, you know, kind of makes you wonder, you know, it's like, well, who is actually making decisions, and like, why are you making these decisions to put these people in charge of things who clearly don't know what's going on? Like, not just like once or twice, but for like apparently years. It's like just one patch after the next. It's not encouraging. It's not. What's up, Beefy?
And then the biggest problem on top of all that just used to be, oh, it's just performance is a bit bad. But now it's like everything else too. I wish it
Yeah.
wasn't.
I don't know. What do you think? Is there any hope? I mean, I guess there's some hope, but
There's always hope. There's always hope because one thing, like if I'm gonna look at the whole situation that we're in right now with the game and the content that's coming up and whatnot, you could take a whole nother approach to it. This might be the most copium thing I'm ever gonna say live on stream, but you could look at it from this way. They have had like these horrible layoffs. People are getting fired left, right, and center. They have personal change on pretty much every level and function within the game studio. That's very chaotic. That's maybe that has conflict with a lot of projects that they might be working on. Gina saying this is gonna be lighter content because they're in the work for bigger things for next year. That could all be true. Do I believe that though? That's kind of a thing. Like, have they given me any reason to believe that copium to have a place in my heart? And I tend to answer with no. It just doesn't. But on the other hand, I'm not like a doomer. I'm not saying it's gonna be over. Who knows? I'm gonna say something really. Who knows? They might absolutely scrap subclassing 2 years from now, 1.5 years from now, and they might actually fucking fix Cyrodiil a year from now. Maybe they come up with a way of cross play, and crossplay is actually going to be super amazing and awesome, and we're going to have thousands and thousands of players in the BGs and whatnot. Maybe they're going to change the BGs. It could happen. It could fucking happen. But do I realistically have any feeling that is going to? I don't. I don't.
yeah. Yeah.
But it could be because, like, I'm not gonna lie. I think most of us that are still playing actively and that were playing actively during the time of High Owl, I think High Owl was a very low point for a lot of people as well. And I'm not gonna lie, I say it again. I said it before. I say it again. 2023 blew me away. I did not expect them to come up with a new class, with a new entire system, with hardware changes and all these things. I kind of did not see it coming to be such a positive influence in the game. So in that regard, who knows? That might be happening next year again. Maybe they fucking surprise us again. But do I have trust in that, faith in that? Not really. Not really.
Right. Yeah, that would be I don't know. There's not a lot that's indicating that they're going in that direction.
No.
That's for sure.
No. But I think High Owl kind of gave us the indication that they didn't as well.
But it is always possible. You're right. I mean, with all of the changes that are happening, I mean, maybe they get a clue. Maybe they decide to make, hey, look, we need to actually do this.
Yeah.
There's no way that I can't imagine that they're not looking at the numbers that are happening. Like I can't imagine that they can't see who's playing the game and at some point use that as a metric for like, hey, where are people spending their time? Where aren't people spending their time? We're making all these changes, to PvP, but nobody's playing it. Like maybe that's your sign, right? Like even at a corporate level, like at some point you have to like acknowledge that based on I know people are saying they like it, but we're not actually getting the result that we're looking for, which should be, we've got more people playing for longer, because if you're even just from a revenue model, like if you're like got a website, you want more people to be on it for longer, because that's how, I mean, that's going to drive engagement with whatever your product or whatever you're providing there. It's going to allow for more options for advertising, whatever. All of that, like more is more, in that particular case. So, there's no way on some level that they can't see that. I mean, they have to be looking at that. I don't know what they're taking away from that. You know what I mean? There's some argument to say that they're not really taking away anything that's, helpful or impactful. Apparently, sometimes it certainly feels that way, but I'm hopeful that, at some point, like they, even if they're not getting great feedback, or who knows where they're even looking at, what feedback they're even looking at, the numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? Like when you see that, like, people aren't logging in like they used to, we've got to do something different.
Yeah.
Maybe, and so hopefully maybe that at some point, that, because here's the thing, the reason people are getting laid off is because well, besides the fact
There's
that
a culture
Microsoft is
shift
like,
in how games are going to be
yeah,
made.
yeah, well, that's probably true too. I'm sure AI is going to have an impact on that. And also Microsoft is, not so great, but um, but that being said, they, they're at some point they're looking at their bottom line and they're saying, hey,
Yeah.
we're trying to figure out a way for us to make more money, and so if they're not generating revenue because people aren't logging in, people aren't engaging with your product, that's not a good sign. You know
No,
what I mean? And so they've got to have some kind of response to that. So there is, I think there's
what's a
still,
fun indicator of the state of the game? And again, I don't want to throw people under the bus, and I don't want to blame the content creators. But if half of your stream team is not even streaming your game during a drop event, they're streaming
Real.
other games, that's
Jeff-
a sign.
was that
That's a
Jeff
problem.
Foxworthy, like, here's your sign, what
That's
I mean?
a sign.
Like, here's your sign.
That's a sign they're doing something wrong. Like, how can you make it so that your stream team members, who should be extremely enthusiastic about, our fucking game has dropped, let's destroy the category in like the positive way of the word destroying, let's just absolutely take over, let's get more new viewers, let's hype up the game, let's be positive about the game, let's see people how much fun the game still can be in its own right. And they're just like, nah, I'm gonna play another game because I'm getting better viewers there, better drop campaigns there, better whatnot. That's a sign.
I'm just having more fun. I mean, and that's a hard thing, that I think, even, Epic, has, I've seen, it's just like, I want to go play something else. I'm just not having fun playing this game. And that's like that's a pretty rough admission, at like a very basic level. And I've had that happen, playing this game too. I'm just like, I'm not, I just I got to the place where I was like, I'm like, I'm not having fun playing this. Why am I doing this? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm just doing digital chores at this point, doing my dailies, going through the same motions as I was. And then, had to make a decision to do something else.
Yep. Yeah. But
which goes back to good gameplay loops. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, ESO's just not as much fun, and that's for a few reasons, but primarily it's because like they're not taking good enough care of the balance of the game as it is. And then when you do actually get a good chance to play the game, there's so many other factors that contribute to you not wanting to play, primarily performance.
Yep.
And it's like, we could have fixed a lot of this. And I mean, like, for the in-game community, you can't tell me that the ESO is not sitting down trying to, like, used to be sitting down and trying to find a way to navigate making a build successfully within a confined, like, restraint, which would be a class, right? And then with
Restraint and
subclassing,
limitation
it's become so easy now. I just put on the skill line that fixes my problem.
Yes. Restraint and limitations are key to having a long-term enjoyment in the game.
Well, that's
because
just
it makes
true
you
in life in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, what I mean? Like, there should be some things that are, like having, if all you eat is donuts, yeah, it's going to be great for like the first 5 minutes. And then like after a while, you're going to be like, I'm really tired of this. Like, and also now I have diabetes. Like, and
Yo,
I'm dying. Like,
Koktra,
and it's
thank you
not
for the
fun.
raid.
You know, so like,
What up,
you know,
Didem?
it's not
Free
you
Didem.
know, having some restraint, you know, and some limitations in your life actually, and having that balance actually
I
makes
died
things
mid
more
undo.
fun. You know, if all you did
Yeah.
was play games all day, you know, that might be some people's dreams, but realistically, then your work just becomes playing games, and games aren't really as much fun, you know, as they used to be.
It also doesn't make it a lot of fun when you're still like when you're trying to interact with the combat system. You're still fighting bugs that you've been fighting for years, and they have
Yeah.
a play. Like I just died to an undo bug.
It's nothing short of maximum frustration. It's the things you should not have to worry about. You know, like you point out, like balancing, and I agree. I think balancing is a huge
Heck, I'm
issue.
getting hard focused in
But
this BG.
I wish it was the only thing we would talk about in PvP. I wish the only point of conversation in PvP was like, oh my god, this fucking build is so obnoxious and this set is too strong, and I wish it was the only thing we had to fucking worry about. But we have to worry about performance, about bugs, about whatever you say to someone in chat, else you get permabanned. You have to worry about so many fucking things in this game right now, and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Is this the new meta? I'm gonna start streaming your streams. I'm not just streaming Epic's stream. We're
having a conversation.
We're in a conversation. I'm in the Discord with them. And Epic was actually on the PTS. I don't know if you've seen it, Koktra. He was testing the new animations on PTS, and oof, it doesn't look good. It does not look good at all.
It doesn't even feel good. It don't even work right.
It's scary. I used to pray for the downfall of ESO, and I'm happy.
Well, yeah, now's your time.
It's your time to shine. You say it's happening.
Sooner this game dies, all devs become jobless. Oh my god, that's a dark take.
So much salt.
That's our friend Koktra. Oh, you want to go to Antalya with Didem, that's why. Yuso's in the way of that.
Yeah, and these problems just compound on each other. It's just like multiplicative, or sorry, it's additive.
No, it's you know, it might be multiplicative.
No, it's
Nerf
definitely
assassinations, crossplay plus proxy chat, bring back teabags, and the game is perfect. I wish that was right. I wish that were the only issues. Nah, I don't know. I'm glad you see the game that way. I'm super happy for you that you're having so much fun, Burrito. But I think for a huge portion of the player base, it's just the problems are a lot bigger than that.
Yeah. And I'm in this BG right now, and balance is like a huge concern. I'm just running around on a torque build, and I'm fighting Rush of Agony, Animal Companions, just meta builds everywhere. And there's a few bots sprinkled in, for example. And also, it doesn't help that these guys like full focus me whenever I show up because I'm a problem for them to deal with. But yeah, it's like trying to get into this as a new player is just almost impossible too. So like, who's your target audience?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the point I was making earlier, right? Like if your target audience is new players and whatnot, and everyone would be happy with the game, apart from the small percentage of veteran end game players, so like let's put them in that bracket, right? If that's your goal, then where are the numbers? Where are the numbers of that actually happening? They aren't happening.
You
I
know,
don't
The
know why I
opposite is
decided to fight a
happening.
ganker and a no-lifer at the same time when they had damage buff. That
Oof.
was stupid.
Want to hear the best singer of our generation? Let's hear it, Kokcha.
Yo. Sorry.
Ninja, what's
Wow.
up, buddy?
What's up?
How do? How's Baldur's Gate treating you?
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Have you been
That
engaging in
guy's
the
undo
furry
works just
lifestyle?
fine, and every time I use mine, I die mid undo.
Yeah, I'm
Why
a
is it always
filthy.
rules for thee, not for me?
Do I need to? Should I report you to the FBI yet?
Not yet, not yet.
Alright.
No villages have been slaughtered.
Alright.
You can see this AP Game Boy just keeps focusing me the entire match with his rush of agony.
Oh my god!
Ugh.
That's so cute. Aww. That's so cute.
What?
Kokcha just sent me a video of his little nephew singing.
Nice. PA Game Boy is always sweaty AP. Yeah, and it's like, I don't understand the need to play like this when the game is in such a bad state. And it just kind of annoys me because I don't know what you're gaining from doing this, and it's just more work for me to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Actually.
This bomber
Actually.
farming, like this runs. He's one of the ones, and then there's a few other
Like,
ones.
people
that
still treat this game like it actually is an esport, and that's
they're just
completely
it's-
another issue. The
They're
good
just
at the
running.
game culture.
I don't know what I don't really.
We've
Again, I
always
don't
been
know.
at odds with that.
I really
That's
don't
nothing new.
understand what the purpose of that is. Like, are you're farming AP, or you're just farming kills like for clout or something? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I have to stand up here a little bit because I'm a competitive person in pretty much everything outside of ESO. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong by maybe obviously seeing it as esports is ridiculous because there is no such thing here. There's no thing you can grasp and like a proper leaderboard or whatnot where you can hold on to and be like, there's something to achieve. And I think that is the issue.
Right? Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that it would
Yeah,
make a
so
lot more
it begs
sense.
the question: why do people play like this? Like, I'm on a build right now.
Because it's the
my
only
Destro
way.
staff.
Because people are still
And
want to be
I have to deal with
competitive.
this.
People still want to be the best they can possibly be. I think that's inherently nothing really wrong with it.
Yeah. I agree.
The
with
thing
that.
is, you cannot do it properly in this game where you can properly be like, hey, look at me, I'm a fucking legend because I do this and this and this. And that's why there's also, like, again, I'm not gonna pretend that ESO is the most toxic community on planet Earth, or
It's
far
not.
far from, but there is a level of toxicity in ESO PvP because we don't have the thing we can look at. We don't have the proof. So all the proof that we have is making clips of each other, trash talking each other in Twitch chat, trash talking each other in in-game chat, in people's Discord, posting clips of killing a guy, talking shit to each other in dueling. That's the only competitiveness we have.
That's
The
actually a
thing with
pretty good point. Yeah.
Like,
The thing
I'm
with the
not really
leaderboard
taking a
thing-
part of that, but it's the only competition you have in this game. It's the only way you can prove shit is by as many people looking at you beating another guy, either by making videos or talking shit or whatnot. That's the only thing we have to hold on to.
With like these games, right? Like you said, there's no leaderboard, so you can't know who's actually better or not.
Mhm.
The community is like really small, and people know each other by names. Like if somebody beats you in a game in ESO, you're like, oh, and I'm gonna remember that guy. So
Yep.
there is like a mental social leaderboard hierarchy, and everybody's trying to be at the top of it, even though
Yeah.
there's nothing posted at the top. The
Mhm.
people who know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people do it so that they can kind of like ego over each other. So there is a leaderboard, but it's not something you can just look up.
Yeah, And the most mental part is, again, we've spent the entire last 4 hours and 30 minutes talking how poor the game
Yeah,
is in a state, and people still choose to do this.
yeah. So this is what I call the
That's
ESO
probably the
circle jerk
saddest
pity
thing.
party. This is the circle jerk pity party. This is a like
And
this.
now that you're here, Ninja, you can take my position in that.
No, I'm about to leave. I'm gonna go talk to women, dude. I have to go pick up my girlfriend
I
and
wanna go
stuff.
do something in real life and not be in the
Yeah, I
virtual
just
space.
popped in here to talk shit. That's
Same
it.
actually. Uh oh. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
Yeah, that's a good
actually, I do.
point.
Argonian lives matter.
Wow.
No, they don't.
That's right. Yes, yes, fellow Argonian hater. He can't even defend himself anymore. He's not here.
It's
Perfect.
also really funny because as much as I actually love the Elder Scrolls lore and all of that, I don't have like a strong attachment towards anything. I don't care about any of the races. I don't care about any of the factions, but it's still fun to trash
Yeah,
talk.
me neither. But I do find it interesting to look at.
Oh yeah,
It's
100%.
kind of
Like
like how it's sort of interesting to look at history of our own
it
world.
is. It is.
It's kind of the same fascination
Yeah.
with ESO.
100%.
Oh, look at this nice virtual, or this make believe world. It helps you get immersed in it when you really want to as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on racism in Elder Scrolls. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched like what's that channel? Fudge Muppet. You guys probably have seen that channel as well.
Yeah, I have.
Like I've watched so many fucking videos. And the other guy, Imperial Knowledge or something. They're,
I
they're
heard.
like,
Did you hear that Camel had his entire channel? Like, you know who Camel Works is?
I think so.
He's another guy
Yeah.
that does lore videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
lost
Yeah.
his entire channel because he left his phone without a passcode,
Oh my
and someone
god!
stole it and then got his account banned.
Wow.
So all like 11 years of all his hard work on YouTube just gone. He has to start over. Fortunately, he has the backup files, so that's good for me as well, because like watching someone go through this, kind of like, okay, so I know what to do if this happens to me, sort of. And I've already been doing it. I already archive it,
Yeah.
so but still heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, it really is.
Can we trace this all the way back to ZeniMax being acquired by Microsoft? That's part of it, I think, too. The overhead changed when they got hired by Microsoft,
Yeah.
right?
I
Like,
actually had a little bit of
what do you think
hope.
about that? Like, is you think that's the turning point? Because I think the turning point was right around. I know it's but like when they added mythic items to the game, changed.
Mm,
So that
Yeah.
came in with what, Greymore, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Greymore 2020.
Yeah.
Like, it fundamentally changed how you would make builds and operate.
I can't fully speak to that because I came in around that time. So, you know,
Like, I got my start in PvP after that, but I was PvEing early before that, and like after Mythics came out, it became a lot easier to do certain types of content because you just had that power that you never had before. And I think that was like something Microsoft related, as you want the DLC or get more powers. So poor Camel Works, some people are so evil. Well, that's why security is very important. Like, you can't slack off for a day on your security, otherwise someone can do that to you. That's like the first thing they teach you when you're like cybersecurity. You're never safe. No matter how safe you think you are, you're still never safe.
Yeah.
Always assume that there's something someone can do somewhere to do anything to you. In some way.
That's a fun thought.
Some.
Well, it's true too. You can think you're the safest person in the world, and then suddenly someone does something you didn't expect and account for,
Yep.
right? And then suddenly here we are in this horrible situation. You can cover as many
True.
bases as you want, but reality is you can never be safe enough, but you still should be prepared. Like, even I'm not above getting hacked somehow. No one is safe.
No one is safe.
No one is safe. Is like PvP on EU dead right now, Kamul, or is it like prime time?
It's now 12 o'clock and it's slowly going down. I can quickly look at the population in... Like, Greyhost is already 2 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar. So it's quite... It's been quite dire since the subclassing update.
What a relief. I heard that the Lion Guard.
Sometimes a part of it is also, which is another complaint of me and a lot of people in my community as well, the extensive amounts of in-game events upon events upon events upon events.
Well, they added a new Valentine event on the PTS you can test out. Like, we needed a Valentine's Day event.
Yeah,
it's only gonna run for 1 week. And I mean, it's got some pretty nice drip. I like the hat that's coming with the outfit.
Yeah.
And stuff. Have you seen it?
You love the hat.
The Sauron hat.
Quiet. Quiet.
Do you love it? I think it's a valid question.
Quiet. All right, Mr. Oh yeah, it's Valentine's Day. Love.
But yeah, there's so many events and stuff going on, which again, talking about the gameplay loop, it drives people away from all the gameplay loops, because they log in with a couple of hours a day, and they're gonna do whatever the fuck the event is.
Yeah,
because
this isn't
everyone
even a
is
fun
FOMO.
BG. Like, no one on the other team has a single kill.
Everyone wants to get
And
the
the same
tickets.
two goobers that were giving me problems last match are on my team. And they're just gonna happily farm those guys without a care in the world. Eat your heart out, new players. Man, this stream is going on way longer than I ever intended. It's supposed to be an hour and 30 minutes. Frick. Now I'm actually playing ESO. The one thing I was like, I'm not playing ESO today. I'm just gonna boot up a stream and talk to Grim, and then take from that and make a video. But now we're.
No, you're talking to Kamal. God damn it.
I mean, I never get to talk to you, so I mean, it's nice.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
we
I
see
always
each other
appreciate
chat,
your
but I never
opinion.
talk. Like with
True.
voices and audio.
True.
So I'm not even gonna participate in this BG. Like my teammates are just holding the relics so they can't score. So they just draw out the clock.
Oh my god.
And this is a character I have like almost no MMR, so it's like hit or miss. So I'm gonna use this opportunity and go get some food. Go hide in a corner behind these boxes and go get some food, and I'll be back.
Yeah.
Any other
I think
talking
I'm
points
gonna...
you want to have? Just let me know.
I
Or
was
is
just
that
gonna
it?
say, I think I'm gonna leave you two and do a couple of pledges for the keys.
Yep.
And then
Pledges.
my own stream. Been here
Alright,
3.5 hours, and I pretty much all I did was talk to you guys. Which is
Well,
beautiful.
that's good.
Oh my god! Now
good.
we have Decimus entering the chat. Ooh, now that's an interesting brain to pick. We've been talking about PvP for the last 3.5 hours, Decimus, and about the direction of ESO and whatnot. With Mr. Epic and Grimforge was there, and we have Squirrel here.
Hi.
Hi.
Just a random squirrel. Just a random local neighborhood squirrel.
Decimus the Mistfall Hunters main now. Nah. Decimus does play a lot of other games. I wish I had it in me. I'm just too much of an MMO pleb. For me, there's only pretty much one option, and that is play ESO. And if ESO really hits the fan, I'm gonna play World of Warcraft again.
Wow.
I just fell out of love with most other games. I love watching them still, though. For example, I love tuning into Decimus' streams and watching him play the Expedition 33 when he was playing Elden Ring, and I love that shit. But playing myself, hell no. I wish I had it in me, but not anymore. So yeah, I think I'm gonna leave you guys behind. I'm gonna do some pledges, and then I'm gonna end
Do
my
it,
own
man.
stream as well. Chill the rest of the night, the late night. I wanna thank you, by the way, for inviting me, and I think he went to bed already, Mr. Dimitri, who came into my chat and said like, "Yo, Epic is having an interesting talk. It would be really interesting for you to join." First I was like, "Huh? What are you on about?" But
Right.
I'm glad we did it. It's good to talk about from other perspectives, other angles, other mindsets, other backgrounds and whatnot. I always like learning from other points of views. Though we agree on a lot of things, so that's also interesting to see that we came from all different walks and directions, and yet we come to a lot of the same conclusions.
Yes. Well, that's one way of arriving at truth, right? Engaging in the dialectic process.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
It is.
Well, it was nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Oh man, I got kicked out of the BG because I was going to get food. Oh, nothing was happening in there anyways. Bunch of sweats farming bots, nothing out of the ordinary.
But yeah, thank you for the talks, Epic. Thank you for having
Oh yeah,
me
no
here.
problem.
Was we could do
talked
this
and
more
covered
often,
just
maybe
about
with even
everything.
more people. I you know what
Oh,
I
yeah.
always wanted to do is have these type of conversations with and this is gonna sound like I'm gonna set up some kind of rage bait, clickbait debate, but I would love to have these type of conversations in voice chat with like an absolute casual player, and I want to hear their points like in real time. Like, what do you think of this? How do you see it?
We gotta
and
find the
whatnot.
casual player first.
I'm a casual player. Would you?
Wow.
Yeah, in a way you are, but you're not really, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm sort of the step up from a casual,
Yeah.
but definitely not at the level that y'all are
I'm a
playing at.
casual player, says Member Knock. Yes, you
The
are in a
Member.
way, but you're also the opposite of a casual player.
You are, but not.
Yeah.
You can be a streamer and be a casual player at the same time.
For sure. I consider myself quite casual, even though I play a fuck ton of hours.
I'm
don't...
moderately competitive, but I end up being more casual for the majority of my streams. Like I'll go super hard in PvP for hours for the rest of the stream. So, like, that's just me. That's just how I do things. You got me through 4 hours of work. I'm very casual. Glad. Well, that's good talking points, and I need to make the video about it. So this helps me get my thoughts a little bit more clear. But at the same time, it feels like the stream is enough, and I don't even need to make the video.
Yeah. I mean, the video is obviously gonna reach a lot more individual...
Yeah, some people don't like to sit down for the streams and listen the whole way through.
And not gonna watch the fault. That's just...
What would you do if you didn't play ESO anymore? Like, if ESO, for example, had such a bad update where it literally made it the worst game that you could play, like you did not want to play it, what would you play?
World of Warcraft.
You're gonna play World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if ESO crashed, I don't know, every 10 minutes while you were playing it, and you couldn't light attack, weave, and animation cancel properly anymore without being polymorph,
Yeah.
you'd go play World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I could play World of Warcraft and I'll become the old school sweat grindy gamer again that I used to be, and I'm gonna sink hours and hours into that game, and yeah. At least it has very fun, repeatable gameplay loops, which I wish ESO had some of as well. Like, for example, the Battlegrounds is an example there. The Battlegrounds are always kind of like like an 80-90% guaranteed of like having a fun time if you choose to have to.
Yeah. But it can also just be the most annoying thing in the world to deal with.
Yeah.
And for me, if I'm not gonna play ESO, I'm gonna go play a bunch of other games. Like I've been
Yeah.
playing, so a game genre I've never considered really touching has been like spooky horror games related. I've never played those before, but I've been dabbling a bit, and they're
Speaking of
actually
which,
quite
when are we
fun.
gonna go back? Like, when are we gonna? Do you want to play Abiotic Factor later?
Probably. Oh,
All
there's
right.
Squirrel's child. He's.
Yes, he wants to play as well. He's
I still need to finish my playthrough of it. I'd love to try and make a video on it, but there's a couple things I'm still working out. Like, for example, I don't know how to make a video, but I do know that if I'm going to like do other content, it's probably going to start with like smaller game reviews because I'm very good at introducing people to games, like in a strange way. I'm very good at explaining games. I don't know why. Probably because
well.
I'm good at explaining stuff in
If you
general. But
haven't played Abiotic Factor, it's fantastic.
and then
Very good.
also like I know for all of you big fans of my channel, you're like, oh, this is probably the most heartbreaking part is I want to get away from my character. Like as I've grown older, he doesn't represent. He gets harder and harder to play every time I want to play ESO, and also like the association with ESO
Yeah.
is not something I want to stick around with. And as much as I like my cat character, I also don't want to have the label of a furry put on me because I'm not a. But
Yeah, well,
primarily,
that's
I
getting
want to
to be.
disassociate with ESO as much as I
Yeah.
can, like, you know.
It's-
And I feel like in order to do that, I need to find a new way to play a different character
Yeah, imagine having
or
ESO in your
something.
name.
Yeah, it's like those guys run around Cyrano with ESO in their name. Like, okay, well, but see, that's the challenge I'm at right now. Is I am all for making content about other games at the moment, and I know I can with enough time and effort, but.
You should you should do whatever
How
you
do I approach that without using it in my regular format, or just what do I do? No one's gonna tell me the answer to the question. And I gotta
No.
figure it out,
I
and it
think if
sucks.
yeah, if I would be you, but again, don't take my advice because I'm not some insane content creator whatsoever. But if I would be in your shoes, I would probably look at like a second channel.
That's the hardest part. I don't want to
It
do a second
is.
channel.
No, I get you, man.
But I
get you.
understand where you're coming from to
Yeah.
rebuild everything. The thing is, I've thought about it too, and there's no really good start a second channel because, like, when you go to another game, you're basically starting your YouTube channel over again anyway.
Yeah, but
Right.
the algorithm is gonna have bad messages.
I know the algorithm is the biggest thing to compete
Because the
against.
algorithm is associating all these people that normally click on your videos. All these people are suddenly not gonna click on your videos anymore. And if they're gonna click on your videos, they're gonna be less
There's gonna
enticed
be
to
less
fully
retention
watch it,
because
and
they
they're gonna
come to
just skim
expect
through it.
ESO.
And they'll be like, "Oh wait, this is not an ESO video. This is nothing I want to watch." And those are all like bad indications for the YouTube algorithm.
Which sucks because
Yeah.
it's like I
And
wanna
in
keep
that
what I've
regard,
built.
then you're after that transition period, you are rebuilding. But yeah, it's
Epic face reveal soon. I mean, that's totally an option, and as I get older, I'm comfortable with it.
Shall we
Still
do together,
not on the
Epic?
table yet,
Shall we do together?
but what?
Shall we do together the face reveal? We
I mean,
sit in
primarily, I'm
front of the
doing
camera
public.
and we take each other's masks off.
Oh,
Well, primarily, once I show my face, go back. That's the biggest thing. Second, I love having the disassociation between real life and then the virtual space, because the
Yeah,
virtual world's an escape, right? I don't want me in real life to associate with what I do on the internet. I like having
that makes sense. Yeah,
duality,
that
and
makes
I
sense.
can't undo that once I show my face.
Yeah,
And then once I do that, also my brand becomes my face, and
Yep.
then things that happen online carry over into real. Is incredibly dangerous depending on how things go.
good thing you're incredibly handsome.
Yes. I do need to shave. so I need to touch up on it. But like that's something I have considered, and I don't know if I want to do it or not. But
Yeah.
it would be the easiest option and the most like the easiest one to do. But it comes
Yeah,
with a
makes
lot of
sense.
repercussions you have to think about. I can't just throw it in there like
No.
subclassing and not look at the long term effect.
Nice.
No shaving.
Nice.
I do have a good beard going, man, but it's not like yours. It's decent.
Yeah, no, it does
I
make
know
sense.
you wouldn't expect that from me.
My number one reason of not wanting to stream with a camera is I'm Dutch, and I don't know how many Dutch people you've came across in your. We are quite direct and honest in the way we act. I can hide that a little bit by not having a camera on, so I can take a breath, not be annoyed, and go on with my stream. If I'm gonna have a camera, my face is gonna tell everything, and I'm gonna make a lot of people feel bad.
Wow.
That's genuinely one of my worries, because I have a very expressive face.
Like the other thing is you don't need a face to do well with a YouTube channel. There's countless examples of faceless creators, right? So
Yeah.
it's like you can
I
still
think it
keep that
does add, though.
disassociation.
I think it does
It
add.
does
Like,
add, and it makes content way easier to produce if
yeah,
because you don't need to go through and record a character, get all the extra excess footage, then you
Yeah.
don't have to go through and edit it. You can just do everything yourself once, and it,
Yeah.
like you would in real life, which makes
Yeah.
it so easy. The reason I considered it at all is because I'm currently doing public speaking as one of my classes,
Okay.
and like I told them I run a small gaming YouTube channel. I haven't told them everything, but it's like well, probably the easiest way to get over like public speaking would be like, oh, let me show my face.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a problem with it anyways. Like it still just felt kind of natural to do the speech in front of the class. Isn't that bad?
Yeah.
But yeah, I want that disassociation. Like if I want to go to in real life events, sure. Yeah, maybe I'll show my face so you guys can meet me there or whatever, but I don't
Yeah.
want that to be my channel.
No, that makes sense.
But I would love to like be able to go to events too. Like that would be fun.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to consider. Like it's not a decision you should just so unwillingly make.
No, 100% not.
It's something that you got to think about, and that's why if you're like, oh, Epic doesn't upload as much. Well, I want to make videos on other games to figure out how I want to present those videos,
Yeah.
and primarily that's going to be like I love the character format, like building the channel around a character you guys can associate with. It's been fun. It's good. But like I said, I've grown up. I'm getting older. I'm 23, and things are changing with me. Like as I get older, I have more responsibility, stuff to manage, and I can't be as lighthearted as I normally.
He finally hit puberty.
I've hit puberty, you AI program.
Yeah, you're still so young though.
It's just like I can't play my character the same way like I used to when I first started my channel. We're different people.
Yeah.
So that's my number one problem at the moment. I'm having an identity crisis on YouTube.
Oh no. Midlife
And the other thing
crisis.
is, the last thing I'll say about it too is with my ESO character, I'm pretty sure it's all to him anyways. Because somewhere in their privacy policy, it's like anything you make or whatever they.
Yeah, I wonder.
Technically, they could copyright me or whatever.
Yeah, I think until you started making millions, you're Gucci.
Yeah.
But yeah. Like it's the same as me.
I don't ever want that risk.
Technically, I'm copyright infringing pretty much 2 franchises. But yeah.
So I need to come up with something of my own. But there's nothing saying it can't be inspired.
Mm.
And my idea to Grim before the stream was like I could just be like a face with blue eyes, and then the best thing I could do is if there's a character in the game that I'm playing, I could just put the blue eyes over the character and make the character speak. Kind of like so that way I can at least have something to reference.
That makes sense, yeah.
Something that's consistent.
That's
but it's just an idea.
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors to it. A lot of stuff you got to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Sub audio, welcome.
But I'm
You don't
gonna
need a
I'm gonna
face.
leave you too. Thank you for the
Alright.
extremely interesting talk.
Hey, you
And,
can bully me on Discord whenever. My DMs are open.
let's
I
go.
don't know if you know this. So
I
if you like want
appreciate
me to
that,
show
man.
up to a stream if I'm on, or if I show up in your chat and you're like, "Oh, Epic, let's hop on a Discord call."
Yeah.
I am that approachable, believe it or not.
That is cool. Yeah, we should
And don't
definitely
be afraid.
we should definitely have these
I mean, I can even come over to
conversations. A
EU and play
couple.
with you for a bit. Probably, I still have my EU account. Is decent. If you're on blue, at
Nice.
least. I think I'm blue on EU. Or are you yellow?
No, thank you. And thank you as well, Squirrel. Good talks. Yeah. I'm very bad at saying goodbye. It's been,
Yeah,
it's
That's
been
fine.
my
You just play. I just play a soundboard and leave
just
the
say
call.
choose and leave like normal.
I just play a soundboard and then just disappear.
This is how I would do it in my Discord. Alright. Hello guys, yo Tinkerbell! Thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you. Hello Lito! And member Nock Decimus. I'm sorry, I was obviously in a Discord call with Mr. Epic and Scroll. So it's a bit hard to read, talk back to what I'm reading while listening and talking back to what I'm listening to. So excuse me for that today. Normally I'm a very reactive streamer, as you guys know. I try to comment, trying to react to all of you guys' comments. Today it was a little bit different, so hopefully you guys forgive me for that. Let's settle a couple of things before we continue. Yes, please, Dino. Please come join us. Invite to group. You're fired. Oh no. It's too heavy. God damn it. So yeah, guys, join the giveaway. Join. Please follow the channel. Type in drops. You have a chance of winning 1 million gold. If we break any of the goals, we're gonna add crowns to the giveaway. And also, guys, join the giveaway on YouTube as well. Make sure to leave a lurk, like the stream, subscribe to the YouTube if you haven't already, and please join the giveaway there as well. Type in drops in the YouTube chat. Type in drops in the Twitch chat, and let's go, guys. Thank you. I hope you guys thought that was interesting as well. I've always wondered how you guys would perceive a hello Dino. How you guys would like perceive such a stream where I'm pretty much talking to other people instead of talking to you guys a lot. I hope you guys thought that was interesting. But yeah, we need one more person. We need a tank, probably, don't we? We need a tank or a DD. We need a tank or a DD. Anyone? Tank, DD? Pledges? It was interesting, too bad I couldn't join at the beginning. Yeah, that's always the downside of a stream as well. That's why it's sometimes nice to release stuff like this in a video format, that people can look back at it. But yeah, we had quite an interesting talk about like PvP, balancing, the direction Cinemax is going in with the upcoming update. But yeah. And again, I'm so sorry for being a little bit more non-responsive today. Hope you guys can forgive me.
Is the undaunted...
Kinda over this discussion exercise doesn't want to respond. I feel it's pointless. Yeah. True. But there's also still a lot of people that do not know the stuff that is going on. So in one way, it's kind of important to keep talking about it. But I get you though. I get you though. I'm definitely not in the mood for this conversation every time. Like, far from. It's not me. Yeah, but even you still engage in it. Right? It's very normal. Let's see. Yeah, we need one DD or DD tank. Just is there anyone? Boom. Nah. Just get a fourth person. Do. Ooh, that's nice, Reds. Thing. You call it on chain. EURADD. Let's want to tank then. Nice. The Crypt of Hearts, Fungal Grotto, and the Cauldron. You don't have the DLC one? We can replace you there. But you can do... you have good DPS, right, Dino? What's the set? Oh, you talk about my thumbnail. Yeah, that was earlier. I was playing my Templar. It is the Cindermorph set. It's obviously a bit of a joke. Like it's my roleplay build for Gandalf where I use the moth. Yeah. We can do the non-DLC on Veteran and then we'll see. The set I was using is the Cinders of Andhelmir. That's why you saw the moth in the thumbnail. It's a really good set though. It's a really, really good set. The Cinders of Andhelmir. This one. I'm using this set on my range Templar. It's actually quite strong. It's a really fun set. Yeah, we should do Vet. We should do Vet. We should be fine. Yeah, we should 100% be fine. I already forgot which one of Cryptophyte. Let's start with Cryptophytes too then. Burp. Burp. Let's just not do hard mode then, I think. Wait. People fucking duel me. I fall asleep on the stove. Yes. You streamed yesterday, same title, never figured it out. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of time to change the thumbnail and title today. I try to make one every single day. Because I actually think it's fun. Yeah, I should slow the self-view as well.
Let me help you.
Help yourself, wretch.
Yes, Dino, you're on TV.
Ryan, don't do this.
Which right now we're playing some pledges, because I actually want the keys. But we just had a super interesting talk with Epic about the future of ESO and PvP and whatnot. Oh, by the way, Decimus, are you still here? You asked for TLDR. It's yeah, pretty much the state that I'm in of being a bit scared and anxious about what to happen. It's not only me that's feeling it, Epic is feeling the same. He's even taken more drastic things where he's like actively trying to move away from the game and trying to find his luck and fun somewhere else. He talked about like all the changes that caused that to happen and that the future of ESO doesn't look really promising in that regard, so yeah, bit of a sad conclusion.
Do you lout think you're going to save my wife? She doesn't deserve to be
And
I
it's
think we're
unfair.
fine. I think we should be fine off veteran. Shooting accident, good luck on the giveaway. Just looked on and my elf is still in the outfit. Yeah, yesterday was wild. Yesterday was wild.
Formidable. Perhaps we have a chance at this. Let me take my students out of the Daedra's reach.
Let me turn up the music a little bit. We obviously had the music low for the conversation.
I'll open the lock on the other side. The study is just a bit farther. This way. Whatever he keeps in here now is well guarded.
Out! The lot of you! You've no right to enter!
We used to store our adventuring relics. It's warded.
Alright,
Why did
let's
it
focus
fence
up.
such a small room? There must be a
Epic
way to
PvE
Didn't
DPS.
used to be here. This is where she died. My husband's journal mentions a ritual that brought the Daedra.
You're a tenacious lot. If you insist, I'll be happy to feed you to the blade.
much of the school. Let's keep moving.
Hollandway returns to her suffering.
It's fine.
Have no say in it.
You're not gonna give away Red Fox.
These crypts will be your grave. I will ensure that.
Lionel,
All that should concern you is that it counsels me. It convinced me of your betrayal, of the need for the students to pay.
Fuck. Oh no. Hey.
the Daedra are coming
GGGGG's.
where Orion is waiting.
You so love the sound of your own voice. Couldn't you see the blade wanted you here all along?
The blade. I can hear the whispers from it. By the divines, so many lives.
The blade hungers for you, for the connection between us, and I give it gladly.
Yo, what up, Charles?
It has a master, and he is me. You'll never leave this place.
We need 4 codes to lie. Wait, do we need to reset that? Or what you guys want to do? I just need to. Oh, okay. No, not the ghost. Leave me. Kill the boss. Nice. I know what we're doing. Yo, Delta! How you doing? Good evening, man. Oh my god.
You did it. Gone.
Don't worry, Lily. Don't worry, we fixed it. Very good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good myself. Beautiful football game today, we won. Always nice. Let's go to the next one, which is Bungo Gobbler 2, right?
That weapon must never again be allowed to influence mortals.
Think we failed? It's all good. Who cares?
Perhaps you could destroy it. Disable it. I could help you.
Trust you, the one who twisted my husband, murdered my students. I will send the blade away, and I will do so on my own terms, no matter the cost.
DPS was too strong. Yo, Delta, hello on YouTube as well. Good luck on the YouTube giveaway. Good luck on the Twitch giveaway. Join the YouTube chat, guys. Join the YouTube chat. Make sure to join the giveaway there as well. Type in drops in the YouTube chat for an extra 100,000 gold.
Quickly, come here.
Is it a Bulgonian? Gonna die, but it's worth it. It's a pull out. Ah, I see. So we killed it the moment he was pulling it out. Yeah, I think I saw someone die around then. Yeah, I don't really mind. I'm here for the 50 keys. Craziest behavior on Swap Machete ever. What happened? What happened? Yes, sir. Good luck on the giveaway. Getting sleepy, catch you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow, Anox. Tomorrow I'll be starting a lot earlier.
By the ebony flame, I will end you!
The opposite team also didn't shake hands with the coach of the team. Yeah, but I'll just wrestling match. Yeah, actually wrestling. Then come to the mother from the what? Why? Why did he scream that? Was the mom having commentary? Not that that's then alright, but what triggered him to saying that? $118. Is that good? I did like 31k. I hear these crazy parses of 100 kDPS, but I don't know how to translate into like actual content. I have no freaking clue. I don't know what is good. I'm doing like usually somewhere between 30 and 40 kDPS on these bosses. I'm not sure if that's great. Like the ESO trolls. No, she only said the guys passive like than other people. What the fuck? Okay, that's interesting. So I have no idea. Is that like decent or good? Reds having like 30-40k DPS on these bosses. Oh, Lily, did you DC? Are you in my stream? I'm not sure if Lily is in my stream. I love how it ports us back. Passing grade? Okay, that's good. So I'm officially not getting carried anymore. If instantly after the match because I knew what happened next. Yeah, did it like escalate fully? Yeah, exactly. Damn. Yeah, you are buffing us. Mm. Yeah. I don't think Lead leaves in my chat right now. Uh, Daniel, good luck. Yeah. Let me check Discord. Yeah, he's in this in the Discord, in Bislobo's Discord. I just tagged him. Oh, he was talking in the PvE channel already. Yeah, Leadley's answering. He's trying to get back in, but he seems to struggle. So I think he's struggling getting back in, which is so silly, man. These, like, booting from ESO is so annoying. And I'll wait a couple minutes as well then. Let's just wait a couple of minutes. Oh, Leadley is back? Nice. Damn, good luck in the giveaway. Boom. Don't worry. Alright, let's go. How long is the cauldron? So I might actually No, I kind of want to call it. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can do the cold run as well. I'm starting to get really, really tired. Okay. Nice. $39K DPS. Woo! You guys join the giveaway, follow the channel, type in drops. I repeat, follow the channel and type in drops. Do not enter the bubble.
It's up to you. It's up to you and me.
Let's end this now. By the 8,
what's happening. I can't see.
So you're the ones killing my precious flock. The stone belongs to my mistress Nirvana. Return it, and your death will be swift.
I'm manipulating the husk powers. Quick, use it to protect me.
Get even! Good luck on the giveaway. Let's go Ultra!
It is done.
Two Blades, you're alive! We arrived as soon as we could.
Thanks to our friends, not all was lost today.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call the stream, Rats, if you don't mind. And Dino and Lidley. Overworks the beam. I see. I'm really, really sleepy. Alright, thanks guys. So I'm gonna pick a winner. So join the YouTube giveaway, guys. Join. Gonna pick a winner, 100,000 gold. $100,000 gold in the YouTube chat, guys. Type in drops in the YouTube chat. We only have 12 entries so far, so high chance of winning. Go to the YouTube chat. I'm gonna slowly count down from 10 and pick a winner in 10. 9, 8, 7. Piper, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner of the YouTube giveaway is 100,000 gold for the YouTube giveaway. Steve! Congratulations, Steve. I'm gonna quickly go over to the Twitch giveaway. Aw, that's such an honor of you to say, Dino, and I'm glad I'm glad I could help, man. And you're welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime. Whenever we do these things, you're always welcome to join. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, let's pick a winner on Twitch now. 1 million gold. Follow the channel and type in drops. Gonna pick a winner in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is... Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Viper. The winner is Wipes. Congratulations, Wipes. 1 million gold. Let's go. Congratulations, Wipes. What is your in-game name? And what is your region? Can you give me your in-game name and your region, please? And in the meantime, I'm quickly gonna... Same as Twitch, PCNA. Alright, I'm gonna copy paste that in. PCNA. I'm gonna sort you out ASAP. And in the meantime, let's quickly see who we can rate. Who can we rate? We have Okui. We have Kitten of Doom. We have Grosslog. We have Hammer. We have Epic. Shall we rate Epic? Is Epic still gonna continue streaming? Let's rate Epic. Let's rate Epic. Congratulations again, the winners. I hope you guys enjoyed the talk we had. It was a bit of a different stream than we normally have, but I thought it was cool and interesting. So let's rate Epic. Everyone go follow him once we rate. Spam his chat. Everyone, get your emotes ready. Get your love ready. Get your appreciation ready. And they can afford more wipes. Get your emotes ready and spam the chat of Mr. Epic. We had a beautiful, beautiful conversation with him. Thank you all for all the support. I'm also going to redirect the YouTube stream towards him. There we go. We're also going to redirect the YouTube stream to him. So everyone stay in the YouTube stream as well. So we have a double rate. So spam his YouTube chat. Spam his Twitch chat. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you Ultra for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you Ultra for the 100 bits. Thank you Aaron for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all your patience. Thank you for listening to the conversation. Thank you for making me feeling like a special human being and making this so much fun for me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Please, everyone, spam their chat. Get your emotes ready. Get your love ready. Spam that, chaps. Let's go. Peace.